Honourable members' prayers. Mighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labours of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbour, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honour shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to split the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, we shall proceed with the correction of votes and proceedings for Wednesday, 27th June 2023. Page 1. Page 2. And I'm surprised to see that the number of members in Parliament is about 3 times what were in the chamber. The table office may explain how come. We will seek your explanation later. How come we have more than the number of people who were here, as was very clearly evidenced by the video evidence. Page 4. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, based on what you just said, page 4, item 22, I want to confirm that the table office captured me appropriately. I was not here on Tuesday.
Yes, the record reflects that the leadership desk was empty. We had to commandeer somebody from behind to take that seat. And later he was supported by 2 people. That's all they were. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. And have members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes on. Yes.
Speaker, just for clarity on this matter, I see that our numerical strength is below the appropriate number. So I don't know whether we can proceed to adopt this and or otherwise. So I seek your guidance on this matter. Thank you.
These are procedural matters. For those of us who were here, we are affirming that this is a true record of proceedings, and this is not a matter involving this issue or anything. Yeah, so we'll proceed. And other members, as I've already said, this is a true record of the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 27 June 2022. There's the official report of Wednesday, March 15th, 2023. Official report of Wednesday, March 15th. Any corrections, please? In the absence of any corrections, the official report of Wednesday, March 15, 2023 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Yes.
Speaker, with respect, I'm coming under Order 53-2 for us to vary the order of business and go on to item 6, in line with the earlier directive from the Speaker for a briefing from the Minister for Works and Housing to be considered under item 6, after which we come to item 5. Speaker, with your leave.
Yes.
The Speaker, we have no objection to what the government chief will be saying. CPC add that the directive was clear. The Minister for Works and Housing make a statement with the attendance of the Minister of Finance. So if the Finance Minister is present, we must also be informed about that appropriately.
Yes, Honorable Chief, we are raising the issue of the presence of somebody from the Ministry of Finance.
I had earlier related to my colleague the fact that the minister was out of jurisdiction and he arrived this morning. And we are expecting the deputy minister. But the directive was that the Minister for Works and Housing will brief the House, and then the Minister for Finance will duly take notice of the concerns so that together the matters will be dealt with. So I'm very confident in a few minutes the Deputy Minister should be in the chamber. So if my colleagues will bear with me, the Minister for Works and Housing should be allowed to start the briefing whilst we wait on the arrival of the Deputy Minister for Finance. And I'm confident he will be in the chamber in a few minutes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not appearing to be a litigant, but if you look at item 6, statements, the ministers responsible for finance and works and housing to apprise the House on measures being taken to address flooding in parts of the capital city, Accra. So if this is the directive and that is what is appearing on the order paper, we have a lot of businesses to do today. In the absence of the Minister for Finance or the Deputy Minister for Finance or the Minister responsible, Minister of State at the Minister of Finance, in the absence of any of the four, we can go to questions time why the Finance Minister will be coming. Because, Mr. Speaker, the flooding issue and the directive doesn't fall only in the jurisdiction of the Works and Housing Minister. And we need a collective effort to get it solved. So if you can vary, let us take questions, then send for the ministers, at least one of them, to be in the chamber to take the note.
Yes.
Speaker, there's no problem. As we've often done in this House, we agree to disagree. So I'm in total agreement. So we will just stand down the Speaker, the earlier variation I have sought, and then we can go and take the questions while we wait on the representative or the Deputy Minister of Finance to appear, after which we can proceed to the statement. I thank you, Speaker.
Well, I'm being advised by the table office. I was not in the chamber on the day the directive was given, but I'm being advised that the directive was that the Minister for Works and Housing should brief the House, but the Minister of Finance should be present, because whatever measure you'll be taking will require money, so you listen. But it is not for them to do a joint briefing. But I'll go by the application made by the Chief Whip, that we come back to question time, and then after that we'll return to the statement. So, item 5, question. Very well. Whilst you're organizing yourself, can we go to statements and let admitted a statement on corporate social responsibility by the Honorable Majority Chief Whip. So you may read your statement now.
Speaker, I'm grateful for the indulgence. Speaker, according to the corporate governance principle issued by Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, good corporate social responsibility, CSR, is highly associated with good corporate governance, which indicates that organizations are measured by their concerns towards society, amongst other outputs. Speaker, since public and private organizations form a significant part of the economic structure of every nation, their activities, both good and bad, have bearing on the sustainability of the economy. While Ghana has seen some CSR activities emanating from the spread of industries, it appears that the impact is not felt as significantly as we want. For a long time, pointing out the disparity in this expectation has not been clear in literature as it is now. So it is true that CSR was espoused in the early days of being voluntary. It has therefore carried with it a sense of going the extra mile in the business-society relationship. While this still holds relevance, I find that much emphasis has not been placed on the responsibility in corporate social responsibility. As the renowned college basketball head coach Patricia Summit expressed, and quote, "Responsibility equals accountability equals ownership," unquote. CSR will be incomplete if we turn down the invitation to evoke accountability of the corporate bodies for their CSR. Speaker, when we talk about CSR in Ghana, as is evident in Mavis Amo Menson's literature review on CSR in contemporary Ghana, published in the International Journal of Business and Management Review, there is a dominance of foreign multinational companies on matters of CSR in Ghana. She also adds that the motivation of these MNCs to actively engage in CSR can perhaps be attributed to their need to gain legitimacy in the Ghanaian business industry. For what better way is there to establish legitimacy of a brand in Ghana than to show concern of the needs of a given society? Speaker, unfortunately, the aspect of CSR that looks at what the company does or provides for the communities has been overly focused on rather than how the company carries out its activities in a socially responsible manner. For the past few years, I have invested in the need for the state to play a more central role in driving a CSR of corporate bodies here in Ghana for few reasons. Firstly, Speaker, while CSR has been defined, according to the European Commission of 2001, in terms of voluntary action by corporate bodies to integrate social and environmental concerns in their business operations, the context of environmental issues in our world today demands a more committed approach from all actors to ensure the sustainability of our economies, business operations, and our planet. Secondly, since the general understanding of CSR leans towards philanthropic or charitable activities, it is difficult to see the need in regulating corporate activities in relation to their societies. In other parts of the world, like the European Union, the adoption of OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises seeks to change this narrative. Thirdly, since the communication of CSR activities is lacking in our Ghanaian communities, the states can sufficiently make up for this shortfall through CSR awards, CSR movements, CSR foundations, CSR stakeholder conferences, and other schemes by think tanks. Speaker, corporate social responsibility legislation is generally relevant for several reasons. Standardization and accountability. CSR legislation provides a standardized framework that defines what is expected from companies in terms of social responsibilities. This ensures that all companies, irrespective of their size or sector, are held accountable for their relative impact on society and the environment. Protection of stakeholders. With CSR legislation,
the rights and interests of stakeholders such as employees, consumers, local communities, and the environment are protected. This is particularly relevant in sectors where operations can have significant social or environmental impacts. Promotion of sustainable business practices. CSR laws promote sustainable business practices. They encourage companies to consider the long-term implication of their actions and to balance profit-making with societal and environmental considerations. Speaker, transparency and trust. CSR regulations, based on how they are crafted, require companies to share useful information about their social and environmental practices. This transparency can help build trust with consumers, investors, and the broader public. Competitive advantage. By requiring all businesses to adhere to certain CSR standards, the legislation can help to level the playing field on assessing organizations' CSR contributions. This can prevent companies from gaining a competitive advantage by neglecting their social responsibilities. Speaker, supporting national and global goals. CSR legislation can align corporate activities with national development goals or global initiatives such as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. This can facilitate collective action towards addressing major social and environmental challenges. Speaker, undoubtedly, legislation on CSR will have the significant implications for a country like Ghana, where the major industries such as mining, oil and gas have substantial impact on local communities and the environment. CSR legislation protects communities and the environment. Legislation can ensure that companies conduct their operations responsibly, minimizing harm to local communities and the environment. In Ghana, where sectors such as mining and petroleum can have significant environmental impact, legislation can help prevent degradation and protect biodiversity. Speaker, set clear expectations. A legal framework establishes clear guidelines and expectations for corporate behavior. Companies know not only what, but how they are expected to contribute to society beyond their primary business activities. Promote sustainable development. CSR legislation can encourage companies to invest in sustainable practices, contributing to national goals in areas like education, health, and environmental conservation. This aligns with Ghana's commitment to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Speaker, encourages economic equality. CSR can help address regional disparities in economic development. Companies, particularly those extracting natural resources, can be required to invest in local communities, improving infrastructure, education, and health facilities. This direction can only come from legislation. Speaker, in conclusion, legislating CSR can have several effects. Compliance costs, where companies might incur additional costs to comply with CSR legislation. While these costs can lead to long-term benefits, they might be viewed as burdensome by some companies, particularly small and medium-sized enterprises, which form a great proportion of corporate entities in the country. The government will need to adequately monitor and enforce compliance, which could require significant resource, potential for unintended consequences. If not well designed, CSR legislation could lead to unintended consequences. For example, companies might focus only on compliance rather than genuinely engaging with the spirit of CSR. Speaker, overall, while CSR legislation holds significant potential benefit for Ghana, careful thought and consultation will be needed to design an effective framework that maximizes the benefits while mitigating potential drawbacks. Speaker, with the legislation of CSR, we stand in a better position to help corporations in protecting the environment with initiatives aimed at reducing their environmental footprint, product safety, and quality. This way, we safeguard the exploitation of our natural resources. Whether it is the sourcing of raw materials or siting of manufacturing facilities, and office buildings. Factors can be fused into CSR law, which will ensure that business corporations fund projects to restore or protect our biodiversity. Speaker, a commendable instance is a recycling project that Vortic Natural Mineral Water have put in place to mitigate the effects of rubber and plastic pollution on the ocean and land. Speaker, the point in its entirety is that Ghana stands a better chance at a better future in a more secure economy when they legislate corporate social responsibility now. So I thank you for the space granted.
Tema East, yes.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I had to shift to another speaker, microphone. I want to thank the maker of the statement for the call to take a second look at issues bordering on CSR. Okay, thank you. I would have loved to have a copy of the statement, but listening carefully to the submissions of the maker of the statement, Mr. Speaker, calls attention to two key issues the maker raised. One, looking at CSR as a voluntary activity of organizations and entities that operate, and also trying to shift from it being voluntary to a mandatory activity of organizations, wherein he calls for legislation and government intervention. Mr. Speaker, I recall not too long, this House attempted to discuss the issues of legislating on CSR, and indeed, the balanced presentations of for and against legislation was germane, and we would have to look at whether we are using the state to do what is needful in terms of regulating the environment of corporate responsibility. Modern issues that will bring the issue of CSR to the fore may include sustainability issues, whether the operations of entities within our jurisdiction are conscious of sustainability in whichever sphere or area they operate. For example, if you look at the mines, you would ask yourself whether we are ensuring that the entities are responsible in terms of how sustainable the environment in which they operate are left. The issue of environment is also critical when we are talking about corporate social responsibility. If we call organizations, whether manufacturing or service, to be responsible, we want to ensure that in the immediate environs where they operate, Mr. Speaker, they are ensuring the environment, the resources are able to satisfy today and future generations. And so the issue of environment in corporate social responsibility cannot be overemphasized. The third issue is accountability. Indeed, today, we've left many organizations at their own beck and call to choose what they call corporate social responsibility. In the process, many organizations have pushed resources into activities that are not consistent with what they do. Many have even spent money in areas that has nothing to do with their operations, but we call all these corporate social responsibility. And I think that if we would have to legislate, we have to take I believe government has a critical responsibility in its normal operations and even special operations. Recently, when government found it expedient to bring sanitation levy, they did. When government found it expedient to bring levies, they do. And so if we have organizations that are operating in sectors that are not responsible, it's up to government to rise up and ensure that what must be done is done. We have used taxes to exact responsibility from companies. For example, the tax regimes in most cases do not run across board. In some cases, we look at the operations of particular sectors or industries and levy appropriate taxes so that we can get whatever is needed to give back to society. And so government has a responsibility in ensuring that in their normal operations, activities that are supposed to show responsibility to the specific or general society are done by the government's action. I want to say that when you look at corporate social responsibility, we are looking at the corporate's relationship with the societies in which they operate. And there is the need for us to ensure that organizations are responsible first to the communities in which they operate. And I do not want a new law, but currently government's activity must show that they are drawing companies, organizations, activities to be responsible to the communities in which they operate. If you take the examples we have in Tema, where waste emissions from key industries are having adverse effect on the community, we expect that government through EPA or the factory inspectorate directorate or other state organizations will move in quickly to ensure that the operations of corporate organizations do not become inimical to the communities in which they operate. And if there is a need for us to revisit the issue of legislation around corporate social responsibility, then probably the time is now for us to take a call. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member for Monson Kwanta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to such an important statement made by my chief whip. Mr. Speaker, corporate bodies live with society, and in the environment in which they operate, they are counted as persons, because corporate bodies are in state because of the contemplation of the law. They are created as such because the law makes them a legal person, and that's why it is said that they exist by the contemplation of the law. It is therefore important that corporate bodies see themselves as being part of the society in which they are operating, and therefore they should also be equally responsible in the development of such societies in which they find themselves. Mr. Speaker, corporate bodies should also identify themselves with the externalities that they create. What are these externalities? They are negative impacts and implications that they leave with society during their operation, when they leave the society, and the aftermath of these externalities create a lot of problems and challenges for the people. Particularly when you look at that environment, some corporate bodies, their operation create certain mess in terms of environmental degradation and the issue of where chemicals and other issues that they create for persons' health and well-being. It is therefore important for them to acknowledge the such externalities and help societies in which they find themselves to operate very well, complying with the laws, the customs and traditions of the people, to ensure that even in their presence, they don't override these customs and traditions of the people, but rather comply with them. At the same time, they should comply with the laws of the state, because if they don't comply with the law of the state, they are creating under mess where some people in society may contravene the very existence and the laws that guide them and doesn't help society. Therefore, it's very important for us as people, for us parliamentarians and the people, to acknowledge that they should help societies in their economic growth that will improve their lives and economic capacity. They should help in the manpower development of people where they are operating, because equally there are people in there who also need to develop their lives and be of capability to serve their country, serve their society better. Mr. Speaker, you will read from social media where people who have been coming to this country to invest complain and laugh at us that we are condoning and conniving with them, whereby the issue of imperialism that Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our first president, was talking about. And they accept the fact that we as people have ignored all these things, and they come in here, just see one or two 400 people give them something and they will not do what is right for our people. It is time that we also make sure that we don't just leave them to do what they want, but give them some minimal amount of either money or other things, and then we draw them and they do whatever they want without being responsible for their activities. This is not helping our society, and therefore it's very important that we task these people to develop our society to modern standards of living, not just giving all two things to inferior people and leave us as it is. Mr. Speaker, to conclude my submission, I want to say that this House should take steps to enact laws that will compare this social responsibility issue on corporate bodies which are operating in our society, to make sure that we put together some memorandum of understanding that will document the current state of affairs when they enter our society, to see the level of development in there, and before they leave, we also make sure that we compare what have they added to our societies, what have they done to help our people, what have they done to make sure that our society is in the modern type that of living standards. So at the end of the day, if there is any negative impact or any difference between what they came to meet and after living there, per the own understanding, we ensure that they are able to lift our society up to modern standards that will help the development of our people and capacitate them to also be at levels which will help our society to move on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yeah.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the statement made again by the majority chief whip. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from this House, because about 2 years ago, he made a similar statement, was thoroughly debated by the House, adopted and referred to a committee to, as it were, because of the issues that the statement then raised, that the committee should work on it and return to consider whether or not this House will be minded to pass some legislation. When the report was brought, it was again debated, but it was shut down. And I think that it's important that we ask ourselves whether the issue that majority chief will keep raising, which I share in his advocacy, whether we should not regulate the regime of corporate social responsibility that companies and state institutions engage in this country. Mr. Speaker, there are plethora of articles written by international scholars regarding the move by a lot of countries towards regulating the regime of how companies socially intervene in communities and environments that they operate in. Because in respect of private entities, they are not minded, they are no longer minded to be profit-making only. They are encouraged to intervene in the welfare of the people and the environment that they operate in terms of social interventions. In respect of state institutions are no longer encouraged to just deliver on their mandates, but they are also encouraged to, as it were, intervene in terms of the social fabric of society. All that, Mr. Speaker, you need some regime to regulate that. If you consider the PIAC report that comes to this House and we interrogate and adopt, it is replete with projects that companies engage or develop and undertake as a way of corporate social responsibility. But sometimes these projects are not even completed, and yet they are referred to as social responsibility, corporate social responsibility projects. So, Speaker, I share in the drive by majority chief whip that we need to regulate formally the environment that encourages these corporate entities to intervene in our communities socially. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there's a whole committee looking into the corporate social responsibility of the company that had acquired the carbide company, where the Bhopal industrial accident happened in India. The advocacy is that the new American company that has acquired this company in India, in Bhopal, ought to intervene in the lives of the people affected by the industrial accidents in India. And it's a big issue in India as we speak. But the question being asked is, under what legal regime are they doing this? Are they doing this as a Father Christmas, or there ought to be a regulatory regime that will govern how they intervene in the lives of the people that were affected by the Bhopal accident? And so I think that as a people and as a house, we should listen to Honorable Anodonbro on this matter and come out with some legislation to regulate what the company does. Mr. Speaker, with this, I thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. Honourable members, I don't see any other person on his feet. We'll move on. Yes, Honourable Chief, that brings us to the end of statement time. Yes.
Speaker, may we now go on to item 5. And Speaker, as was agreed at leadership, we are focusing on the energy sector, and starting from question 586. Speaker, I seek your leave for it to be done by the Deputy Minister of Energy.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in the absence of the Minister, we agree that our colleague, the Deputy Minister, will take the question to provide answers on behalf of the Minister, just so that we can keep the business of the House going. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister. Question number 586 to be asked by the Honourable Member for Pandai, Mr. Daniel Nsala Wakpa. Is the Honourable Member in the House?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask Minister for Energy when the following community will be connected to National Grid. Yadmakara, Atefufu, Kachape, Adekwechi, Dobun, Ugando, Banajedo, Bukondo, and Alasan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Yadamakura, Atefufu, Kachepe, Adapache, Dubon, Banajado, Bokodo, and Alhassan Kura do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing electrification projects. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in subsequent phases of the electrification program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable. Do you have any follow-up questions? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, there are not answers provided to the questions. I don't know why
the other paper addendum has been distributed. The answers are in the other paper addendum. Table office, can you make sure that
Mr. Speaker, we don't have addendum, so I don't know if
just
they could
asking
provide
that they make sure members have copies. Yes, but the answer was straightforward. It says none of them is in any of their existing programs. They'll be in future. So if you have any follow-up questions, please.
Right Honourable Speaker, if the Minister may repeat the question, because I mean the answers, so that I can be able to follow up with them.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. Basically, Honorable Speaker, all that I said to you in answer to the question was that the communities that were named do not form part of any of our programs currently, but they will be considered for subsequent electrification programs. Thank you.
I think I'm okay. Once it's not part of the video program, I think I'm okay. So.
Very well. The next question is by the Honorable Member for Amemfi Central, Mr. Peter Yao Kwachiaka. Question number 957. Honorable Yao Kwachiaka, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to stand in for Honorable Kwachiaka, if I'll be permitted.
Sorry?
I'd like to stand in for Honorable Kwachiaka, if I'll be permitted.
You have to have an authority. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I have his authority.
Well, I'll grant you leave you have not sought.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Towards the Minister for Energy, the following electrification projects in the following communities will be completed. Dankwara, Ajodum, Asasitre, Ishiem, Birigum, Kakra, and Fuliso. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Dankwara, Ajadum, Asasitre, Birigum, Kakra, and Fuliso communities form part of the Ministry's electrification project earmarked for execution by Messrs. Weldey Lamont and Associates Incorporated in the Amemfi Central constituency of the Western region. The project originally targeted connection of 1,200 communities in all three beneficiary regions, namely Central, Western, and the then Brong-Ahafo regions, to the national electrification grid. During the implementation of the project, however, more communities were added for connections to the grid, which increased the number of targeted communities to 2,251. The electrification project was completed in May 2022, having connected a total of 2,131 communities to the national grid. Unfortunately, installation works in some 120 communities, including the ones mentioned above, could not be, as the project funds could not cover same. Mrs. Weldey Lamont has submitted the project completion report, and reconciliation exercise is being undertaken to ascertain the scope of works outstanding in the remaining communities. Following the takeover of the outstanding works, the Ministry will repackage same for completion as part of the ongoing self-help electrification program. That's it. Yes, thank you very much.
Ashem community.
If, Mr. Speaker, I left out Ashem simply because Ashem, I believe, has been connected, and I was advised by my team to take it out. Okay, thank you.
Yes. If you have any follow-up questions, please do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not at the moment, but Amemfi Central is connected to my constituency, so I have full knowledge of what is happening. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister, can he give a deadline or timelines as to when this project will be started? Because this project started in 2015-16, and this is a live fellow that have been attended to. So we'd like to know when this project will be completed, or they'll come to site to complete this project. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I think I mentioned in the answer to the question that reconciliation work is ongoing. And once the reconciliation is complete, we will repackage, the ministry will repackage and have the project, the electrification done. But until the reconciliation is completed, naturally, there's not much that I can say to the honourable member at this stage. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Deputy Minister is my friend, so I don't want to bombard him with so much questions. But let me know the reconciliation. He said something about reconciliation. Since 2015, when is going to finish the reconciliation? Because I don't understand it. What kind of reconciliation is that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. When will you complete the reconciliation?
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member got it wrong. The whole project was completed in May 2022, and these things take time. Mr. Speaker, we are looking at over 2,000 communities, and to reconcile materials after such a huge project is not something that can be done just overnight. So please, I'll crave his indulgence to have some patience for us to do proper work on the reconciliation, after which the communities that are left out, that's the 120 communities, will be repackaged for electrification.
Yeah, very well. The next question is question number 1073, to be asked by the honourable member for Siama, Mr. Joseph Bettino. Yes.
I rise to ask the Minister for Energy steps taken to ensure that the following communities also get their share of rural electrification projects: Asempadeye, Samanga, Taylor Krum, and Mesa Krum. In the Siama.
Yes. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities, namely Asempadeye, Samanja, Taylor Krum, and Mensa Krum, they do not have any of our ongoing projects. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national grid in our subsequent phases of electrification programs when funds are available. Thank you.
Yes, honourable member, if you have any follow-up questions. Very well, you are done. So the next question, question number 1138, to be asked by the honourable member for Laura, Mr. Bid Zidi.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Energy, when the ministry will complete the electrification program connecting the following communities to the national grid currently under SHEP program in Laura municipality. 1. Dewo. 2. Batan. 3. Guri. 4. Tanziri. 5. Tonkutol. 6. Tuma. 7. Tongasakme. And 8. Kokori. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities, namely Amburi Sopa, am I got it right? Amburi Zoxpal, that's Dewu, Batan, Tanziri, Juma, that's same as Tuma, and Tongo Sakpi form part of the Ministry of Energy's ongoing SHEP 4 rural electrification project in the Laura district of the Upper West region. Tansiri community was completed and connected to the national electricity grid in 2022. The scope of works under the Tansiri project included the construction of 18 high voltage and 250 low voltage networks, a 330 kV / 200 kVA three-phase transformer, and the connection of 98 single-phase customers to the national grid. All the high voltage poles required for Amburi Soxpower, Batan Juma, and Tongo Sakpi communities have been supplied, planted, and completely strung with conductors. A total of 910 out of 2,100 LV poles have been supplied, planted, and completely strung with conductors in these communities. The delays in the execution of the electrification project are as a result of shortage of some key materials, including transformers, conductors, poles, among others. The ministry is procuring these materials and will arrange for the release of same to allow for completion of the electrification project. The communities, namely Guri, Tonkoto, and Kokori, they do not form part of any of our ongoing electrification projects. The communities have been noted and will be considered for connection to the national grid in subsequent phases of electrification programs when funds become available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has indicated in his answer that Tansiri community has been connected to the national electricity grid. That is true, but this question was posed much earlier than today, but it was posed in 2021. So the answer has come at a time when the work has been done. So I commend you for that. But the others are still outstanding. We have Amburi, Batang, Tuma, and then Zongazakbe still outstanding. And you have indicated in your answer that you have supplied some of the materials. Mr. Minister, can you tell us, can you tell this House, when you intend to complete the exercise for the remaining communities of Dewu, Batang, Tuma, and then Zongazakbe? It is important that we get to know about your program and when you intend.
It's all right, Honorable. When do you intend to complete the remaining one?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for rescuing me. Like I said in an answer earlier, materials are being procured, and as soon as the materials are available, we will send them to the communities concerned for completion of the works. Thank you.
Yes, please, you have to ask questions, not make a statement. Ask follow-up questions, not make a statement. I said ask follow-up questions, don't make further statements.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. My next question concerns the communities of Guri, Tonkotol, and then Kokori. Mr. Minister, you have indicated in your answer that these communities are not part of your program. But there are communities in this country, and they also deserve to be connected. Mr. Minister, my question is, when do you intend to put these other communities on your program so that they also benefit from this national resource? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities, like I said, have been noted, and your constituents should be very happy with the work you've done. Once they've been noted and captured as outstanding, we will do the necessary survey, and as soon as the materials come, we have enough materials, we will do them just like we did Kanseri and others. So please, hold your horses. As soon as the materials come, we will. Now they've been captured, and they will be connected. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Question number 1595 by the Honourable Member for Jomoro, Ms. Dorcas Tofe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy what the current state of the Osagifo power barge at Ifasu in the Jomoro constituency is, especially in terms of its ownership and condition. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Power Barge project was initially under the management of Western Power, a subsidiary of GMPC. Responsibility was transferred to the Volta River Authority in 2003. In July 2007, the government of Ghana entered into an unsolicited 20-year lease agreement with the company Vulcan Energy Ghana Limited to refurbish and operate the power barge, initially using diesel fuel and later using gas to be delivered by the West Africa gas pipeline. Ghana sought additional electricity supplies from the barge to alleviate electricity shortages resulting from reduced water levels at the Akosombo Dam hydroelectric project. The Vulcan Energy Company promised to begin operations within 90 days. Plans were announced to increase the barge's generating capacity by 60 megawatts, bringing it from its then current capacity of 125 megawatts up to 185 megawatts. The barge never operated, and the expansion was not completed. The government of Ghana sued in a Ghanaian court seeking to nullify the contract with Vulcan Energy. Vulcan Energy blamed Pro Energy, a U.S. company with which it had contracted, for Vulcan's inability to bring the generating station online as promised. Vulcan Energy and Pro Energy sued each other in the U.S. courts, and the government of Ghana later filed a lawsuit against Pro Energy in U.S. court. The Ministry of Energy, in a letter dated 16th of November 2015 and referenced SCR, directed GMPC to take over the ownership of the barge. However, due to the prolonged legal dispute, which prevented GMPC from working on the barge, no maintenance activities could be performed throughout the arbitration, leading to the deterioration from excessive corrosion. In a report dated 10th of June 2019, the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, under its Integrated Resource and Resilience Planning Project, provided an analysis of the status of Osagifo Power Barge. After performing a technical audit on the barge, USAID in its report recommended that it was not commercially viable to return the barge to service, as the cost of refurbishment would likely far exceed the cost of purchasing a new barge. GMPC received a proposal through the Ministry of Energy from Safo and Stephen Company, dated 2nd March 2021. GMPC subsequently received an expression of interest to decommission the barge through the Ministry of Energy from Mishak Limited, dated 2nd March 2022. In this letter, the Minister directed GMPC to engage Mishak Company Limited to decommission the barge and informed GMPC that Mishak proposed to give 60% of the revenue from the sale of the scrap to GMPC and retain 40%. Upon receipt of these letters, GMPC visited the barge site. Immediate communities and key government agencies, including the municipal chief executive and the police, on 7th April 2022 to ascertain the condition of the barge. From the interaction with the community, chiefs, MCE, and police, it was discovered that MISHAC had already commenced the removal of some parts of the barge and other metals without proper recourse to GMPC. The GMPC team then engaged the MCE and the police and requested that further dismantling of parts of the barge should be prevented until a disposal process is concluded in line with the Public Procurement Authority guidelines for the disposal of goods. GMPC subsequently wrote to the ministry in May 2022 to inform the ministry that immediate steps will be taken to decommission Osachiko barge in accordance with Section 83 and 84 of Act 663, that is the Disposal of State Vehicles, Plants and Equipment Act. In line with the Public Procurement Authority guidelines, as mentioned above, GMPC constituted a board of survey to physically inspect the barge and recommend best disposal option. On the 9th of February 2023, the board of survey team visited the barge site and provided a status update in a report dated 28th March 2023. The team observed that about 90% of the OPD at the barge was dismantled. Through interactions with the local community, it is believed that MISHAC Limited carried out the dismantling of the barge without engaging GMPC to formalize an arrangement or an agreement as directed by the Minister of Energy. Consequently, the Ministry of Energy has prevailed on GMPC to continue with the steps as outlined in the Public Procurement Authority guidelines for the disposal of the goods to establish the value of the scrap material, and secondly, to engage MISHAC Limited to formalize an agreement to share the revenue from the scrap metal business. Let me take this again. The ministry has prevailed on GMPC to engage MISHAC Limited to formalize an agreement to share the revenues from the scrap material amongst GMPC, the project community, and MISHAC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Any follow-up question, please?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, he indicated that the team observed that, and I read, that 90% of the OPB was dismantled. Through interaction with the local community, it is believed that MASEC Limited carried out the dismantling of the barge without engaging GMPC to formalize an agreement as directed by the Minister of Energy. I want to ask, what steps has he taken to bring these people or to bring the company that did this dismantling to order?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, GMPC, through its own legal department, is pursuing the company to come forward, sit down, to do the reconciliation towards sharing of the revenue that was accrued as a result of the sale of the material, the scrap material.
Any further follow-up questions?
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Are you done?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again in the minister's answer, he also indicated that, and I read, subsequently the Ministry of Energy will prevail on GMPC to continue with the steps as outlined in the Public Procurement Authority guidelines for the disposal of goods to establish the value of the scrap material, and two, engage Misak Limited to formalize an agreement to share the revenue from the scrap material among GMPC, the project community, and Misak. I want to ask the minister, why haven't I been consulted as the member of parliament for the area?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I can only say that this might be an oversight. It's not too late. It's not too late. GMPC will be advised to keep you updated. I'll take that on myself to keep you updated as to what's going on currently. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Trade.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask or know from the Deputy Minister of Energy whether he is aware that the difficulty, the complication, and the mess associated with this whole bag business is the result of the party opposite, which, Mr. Speaker, in 1998 contracted for a loan grant of about 120 million from Japan. Speaker, to construct this bag, at the time the whole world knew that the so-called Tano Basin had no gas to fuel the plant. And Speaker, with the consequent result
The follow-up question should be one at a time. So your question is that what?
The build-up.
No, Honorable Minister. Can they ask your direct follow-up question?
Okay, I will do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask or find out from the Honorable Deputy Minister if he knows that this whole mess about the badge, or Osagio badge, is the creation of the party opposite.
The question is not admitted. I do not admit the question. Nobody in this chamber works for any of the GMPC and other things. No, the question is not admitted. Yes.
Can I rephrase that, Mr. Speaker? Rephrase.
Mr. Speaker, on page 6, the minister says Misak Limited entered the site and substantially dismantled the bag. Mr. Speaker, as the asset owner, has this theft been reported to the security agencies? I want the minister to.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. To my knowledge, as I stand here, I'm not aware if it's been reported to the police, but I do know that there is interaction between Misak and GMPC currently.
I thought the chief whip wanted to ask a question.
With respect, I was only drawing your attention, but if you could indulge us so that our good friend, the minister, could be given the opportunity to rephrase his question. Yes, Speaker, with your indulgence.
Yes, Chief Whip. Deputy Whip.
You have to also ask a question.
Mr. Speaker, the questioner himself has opportunity for 3 supplementary questions. The cabinet minister who asked the question which was out of order, so his opportunity is lost.
Yes.
So it is not the power. The power doesn't lie in the hands of the government chief to say that you should give him the opportunity again. I thought he was going to ask Mr. Speaker to even let the deputy minister consider that we move into investigation in matters like this, because a lot of members here have questions that they want to question the minister based on this. So if you wish, let's go into investigation, then we investigate this matter. But the question that he asked the minister whether
I would not I will not admit the leadership turning the question time into a debate. She has asked the questions, answers have been given. I did not admit the question asked by the Honorable Minister because he was referring to this group. We are dealing with corporate bodies, GMPC and others. That was the question. I'm not aware that this group or that group has been involved in any of the transactions. Any other?
Can I rephrase, Mr. Speaker?
The Honorable Minister, you have lost your chance. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listening to the Minister's answer, my question is premised on two key issues that the Minister himself admits here. And if you look at page 6, the Minister in a letter directed GMPC to engage Meshach Limited to decommission the badge. So first of all, the Minister directed GMPC to get GMPC to engage Meshach to decommission and even showed the revenue sharing.
Kindly ask your question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm laying the basis for the question.
No, I don't have much time for long lay basis. Please go straight. All the answers are here. We have read them. Go straight to your question.
Mr. Speaker, following this and looking at the answer, it's obvious that Meshach has not followed the processes. However, in providing the way forward, the Minister says that they would want GMPC to engage Meshach to share the revenues from the sale. Mr. Speaker, my question is simple. Admitting that they did not follow due process, admitting that they breached the Public Procurement Act, do you agree that it would be wrong to engage GMPC to share these illegal proceeds from the sale of these components, you yourself admitting that what they did was illegal and did not follow due process? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's be clear. This company, is this a public company? The company dealing with GMPC. Honorable Minister, is you, I want to be clear whether admitting the question or not. Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Deputy Minister. The Meshach company also, is it a public company? It is not a public company. Very well. So the issue of Public Procurement Act does not apply to it because it's not. Please, if you want to reframe your question.
Speaker, I'm talking of GMPC following the Public Procurement Act in terms of procurement. The answer itself says that GMPC was supposed to follow the Public Procurement Act before authorizing them. Without authorization, the company moves to site and take components and sell, which GMPC itself says here, the Minister says that it's illegal. And I'm saying that with GMPC agreeing that it's illegal, why would you go and share the proceeds from an illegal sale of components? Would it be right or wrong? Because you guys didn't that.
Honorable Minister, I thought, I don't know why you want to make controversy out of this. The answer I read, somebody has done the wrong thing. That person is not a public agency. Minister says, engage it, get what is due Ghana, and then share. That is different from what GMPC has been asked to do. I think, unless I misunderstood the answer. Yes, Honorable Minister, did I misunderstand your answer?
Mr. Speaker, I do believe that the premise of the question of the honourable member is actually flawed, and based on that, I'm not able to answer it.
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 3 on page 6 of the Minister's answer, and I read, GNPC subsequently received an expression of interest to decommission the barge through the Ministry of Energy from MESAC Limited on the 2nd of March 2022. In this letter, the minister directed GNPC to engage MESAC Company Limited to decommission the barge and inform GNPC that MESAC proposal to give 60% of the revenue from the sale of the scrap to GNPC and retain 40%. Mr. Speaker, my question is this. You receive an expression of interest. We don't know whether you published it or it was an unsolicited expression of interest. Without any explanation as to whether you went through procurement process to select or approve MESAC, you are directing GNPC to engage them. Will you agree that that letter from the ministry was the one that caused the illegality or caused this MESAC to go ahead and be commissioned without due process? Will you agree that this process was illegal and the illegality was actually proposed by the minister, that letter on the 2nd of March? That was the beginning of the illegality.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I really do not agree to what the honourable member said.
Does the majority leadership wish to ask any question? Honourable Leader, you are late. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I prayed today, so I just got back from Tamale after Eid prayers. Madam Speaker, may I ask the Minister for Energy whether he wants to halt this process for the conduct of a forensic investigation into the barge by an independent entity, noting, for instance, one, that in one of your answers in page 6, the 3rd paragraph, MESA even commenced dismantling the barge before authorization. That is illegal, that is unlawful. And it's captured here when you say that requested that further dismantling of parts of the barge should be prevented. That was your directive. Then, Mr. Speaker, when you come to page 7, paragraph 2, again, the minister states, engage MESA Limited to formalize an agreement to share the revenue. Which part of the revenue? Is it the 60%? Is it the 40%? Which part of the revenue? So, Mr. Speaker, will the minister consider halting the entire process and open this to a public advertisement for people to bid for it, since MESA is jumping before the gun? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I entirely share the comments that the senior member has just alluded to. Currently, there is a discussion going on amongst the ministry, GMPC, and MISHA that we have not concluded. So, if you want further information, maybe you might consider filing a substantive question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
With all due deference to the Honourable Minister, your question was not admitted. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I do not intend to give you another opportunity. Thank you. The next question is in the name of the Honourable Member for Sola Tuna Kaba. Question number 1665. Mr. Andrew Dari Chiwite.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Energy whether there are any plans to complete the Kwankwansuga, that's Gindabo electrification project, which was started years ago. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Kwankwansuga community is not on the list of the ministry's ongoing electrification projects. The community has been noted and will be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in subsequent phases of the electrification program of the country. Thank you.
Yes, your follow-up question.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Will the Minister be kind enough to tell us when the next phases of the projects would begin? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am not able to give a specific time of commencement of the project. Suffice to say that as soon as a new phase is embarked on, the community Kwankwansuga will be included in the list of communities to be electrified. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, I've lost hope in the ministry for the fact that
kindly cut the statement and ask your question, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I know I have to ask a question, but the minister gave me deadlines for earlier on questions asked, which never materialized. And that is why I am saying I've lost hope. It looks like the ministry is deliberately not connecting my communities to the national grid. Since this government came to power, since 2017 up to date, they connected only a single community in my constituency to the national grid. One community, 2017 to 2023. And so, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what questions I'm going to ask, but I've lost hope. Thank you.
Question number 1769, in the name of the Honourable Member for Bongo, Mr. Edward Abambiri Bawa. Very well, I'll move on. Question number 1780. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thought that just so that we'll be able to deal with the questions, you may permit anybody from the caucus or maybe from a contiguous constituency, since these are constituency specific, to deal with this. Mr. Speaker, before then, I think the honourable member who asked the question, numbered Sola Tunakalba, in asking a question, Mr. Speaker, run a commentary impugning the integrity of the minister, but deliberately he has not done something. I mean, I thought that was really offensive, and that such a commentary should not be entertained in the House. If you have difficulty, and the member should know that when responses are given, of course, ultimately they will depend on the availability of money. If money is not available, it's not being done. Do you impugn the integrity of the minister by that? To say that it was deliberately done? I think really, my colleague, it was offensive. It was offensive and should not be detained in the House. Speaker, thank you. And I thought you were going to grant the minister space to respond to that.
You mean to respond to the comment? Honourable Chiwete, I can hear you from here. I regret to observe that you like that kind of conduct. Shout from there. You should not be noted for that. Did you say the minister wants to respond to the comment? There was no question asked, so I ignored it. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the leader. Even last week, to just keep the House going, you directed that if members are not around, you give us, we can get authorization for the questions to be asked, and so that the minister don't have to come back here on another occasion to answer the question. So on that basis, Mr. Speaker, The colleagues who are not here, if you could grant us the permission, other colleagues may ask those questions on their behalf.
Honorable Chief Whip, if there's somebody on his feet, I will grant that person permission. When I looked round, there was nobody on his feet wanting to ask the question on his behalf. That's why I moved on. Is there anybody wanting to ask the question on behalf of the honorable member for Bongo? Yes. Very well. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy the total indebtedness of the following agencies and who the creditors are: VRE, ECG, NEDCO, GRIDCO, TOR, BOST, Bui Power Authority, and GNPC.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the total indebtedness of the state-owned enterprises, namely VRA, ECG, NEDCO, GRIDCO, TOR, BOST, Bui Power Authority, and GMPC, as at December 2021, per the validated debt matrix published by Deloitte in May 2023, is approximately $2.4 billion. The creditors are mainly stakeholders, IPPs, and fuel suppliers in the power supply value chain. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the Minister's response. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has given a bulk figure, which in itself is an estimate, $2.4 billion. Can the Minister segregate this according to the individual agencies indicated in the question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that information is available. Unfortunately, I do not have it currently presently with me. So I will advise my honorable colleague to
Honorable, did you say that it has been published since May 2023? Very well. Honorable Member, it means that it is available in official publication. And so you would find...
Mr. Speaker.
Can I finish? The answer says that per the validated debt matrix published by Deloitte in May 2023 is approximately 2.4 billion. It means that Deloitte has published same May 2023 and officially available. Unless you're challenging that publication, the information is available. Therefore, it can be sought. Can he resume your seat? He is on his feet. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the difficulty is that we don't have access to this publication. And I believe that the Minister would have enhanced public debate and discourse if he made this information available to the House. I don't think this is too much to ask, because the question was specific in asking for the total indebtedness to each of the agencies cited in the question. So, Speaker, I indulge you to perhaps suggest to the Minister to make the detailed information available to us in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thought that the answer provided by the Minister is that the answer that he requires exists in an official publication. And indeed, if that is the case, and I have no reason to disbelieve what the minister is saying, then it kicks in Order 67(1)H, which provides that a question shall not be asked, the answer to which is readily available in official publications. In official publications. The Speaker, and for the avoidance of doubt, an official publication by our rules, that is Rule 7, means any publication produced by or under the authority or with the sanction of any ministry, department, organization, agency, association, society, or club. Unless you're saying that there's no such publication. Mr. Speaker, let them chorus not true, produce the evidence that there's no such publication. You can't be chorusing from your seat. It's not true, it's not true. Show that there's no such official publication.
Honourable members, I'm not going to allow a debate on whether it's true or not. Honourable Minister, can you produce a copy of such report to the House?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, that can easily be done.
Direct that to produce a copy and lay it on the table for the
Thank you, Mr.
information of the House.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Any further question?
Mr. Speaker, once you have directed that the minister should make a copy of the said publication available to the House, I think that will be sufficient for now.
Very well. Question number 1780 by the Honourable Member for Gumpurubu, Mr. Ebed Abednego Azuma Bandim. Yes.
Speaker, I'm grateful. When you asked the minister, he gladly said you lay the report, but I didn't hear him say when he's supposed to lay the report. 1 week, 2 weeks, or this afternoon?
Honourable, can lay the report by a week from today, Thursday. Honourable Member for Gumpurubu, please. Who are you asking it on behalf of the Honourable Member for Gumpurubu? So please ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask my question to the Minister for Energy. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy when electricity will be extended to the following suburbs in Akwanduri: Kukri, Garijua, Dalud, Pemali, Amokura, the clinic area, the Presby school area, Sayogu, and the new sites in Bombala. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities Kugri, Garijua, Dolari, Pemale, Amukura, clinic area, Presby area, Sayegu, and new site area do not form part of the ministry's ongoing project. However, engineering survey has been carried out at Among Kura community as part of the ministry's last mile electrification survey for consideration for inclusion in the subsequent phases of the electrification program when funds become available. The remaining communities will also be considered for electrification when funds become available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. Any further questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It appears that the only way out is when funds are available. Because Because I wanted to ask for timelines. And if he's saying that it is only when funds are made available, then it becomes so difficult. Because is it this budgetary year or the entire period of your tenure as government?
Honorable Minister, when you say when funds are available, are you referring to this budget year?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is continually electrifying communities, continually. So if you ask for yours to be connected, you put in an application for it to be connected, naturally you have to wait your turn. And I crave your indulgence once again to just have patience. Just like all the communities that have been electrified, they came in, joined the queue, and then when the time was up, they were electrified. So please, convince your people that they will be connected as and when it gets to your turn and have funds available. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, these are suburbs of Nakwanduri town, where some houses have lights, others don't have. But those who don't have are just watching their neighbors enjoy light. Meanwhile, I am aware that government is giving electricity to communities that don't have light at all, virgin communities. I mean, how do you explain that?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the last statement by the Honourable Member, it appears your concern is really not fresh connection, but intensification. Intensification, I think, what he's talking about, and that does not reside at the ministry. It's the utility that handles it. So I'll advise the Honourable Member to contact the distribution company in your area. I'm sure it will be NETCO, VRA, to contact them through the ministry if you want, to intensify the areas concerned. At the ministry, we are interested in connecting new communities, people who have not had lights at all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, are not all those agencies under your ministry, whether it is the distribution agencies, are they not under your ministry? If they are, you are the only person who can answer questions related to them, aren't you?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you're quite right. But we do not have budget to do intensification. That work, its responsibility resides with the utilities. In the southern part of Ghana, it's ECG that is mandated to do intensification, and in the northern part, it's NETCO. So we can help by forwarding his request through NETCO to do their bit to connect the areas that he's referring to.
No, Honorable Leader, this is a community-specific question. You have one more opportunity.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have to thank you for that question. I didn't hear the minister actually on the...
What the minister said was that it is not connectivity. As you explained, the community has light, that the community is expanding and the new areas have to be connected. In that case, your best opportunity is to liaise with the distributing company in the area. You can see him in the office to get assistance if need be. That's my suggestion.
Mr. Speaker, they are actually new communities. I use the word virgin community. They have no light at all.
Within the Nankwaduri, is that not what you said? There's the same community, but new areas are developing. Is that not what you said?
Yes, some are, others are not.
Very well. The answer is that when money...
Mr. Speaker, only one. If you realize the Amokura, it is that community that is in town. a suburb of Nakwanduri, but the rest stand on their own as virgin communities that has no light.
In that case, his answer still stands that when money becomes available, they will be reached. Very well. The last question is in the name of the honorable member for Cape Coast South, Mr. George Kwekure Kitzhagen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Energy, Minister for Energy, if Ghana's gold for oil agreement is a forward contract between the Republic of Ghana and the supplier or suppliers of the oil. If not, what sort of agreement do we have in place? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's gold for oil contract agreements are between the Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company Limited, BOST, and the suppliers of petroleum products, and are spot contracts, which involves the purchase or sale of the commodity for quick delivery at the current or prevailing market price, termed as the spot price. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister's answer makes the whole gold for oil a very interesting one. We were supposed to have some advantage in having this agreement to be able to purchase the oil cheaply. But if you are doing it at a spot price, which is basically the prevailing market price, then what is the advantage? You go to the market and buy it as and when you
Honorable, can I ask your question? Is your question what is the advantage? Let him answer. If not, you can run a commentary.
The question will follow. That's exactly what I'm...
Can we go to the question then?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, my question is, what is the advantage? If you are buying the oil at a market price, which is the spot price, what is the advantage in this whole agreement that we have done with some suppliers that nobody knows? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague should ask a question. Now he goes into arguments. The Speaker, this question offends Rule 67, 1B, which says, a question shall not contain any argument, expression of opinion, inferences, interpretations, epithets, or controversial, ironical, offensive expressions or hypothetical cases. You start off by arguing your case. The Speaker, if you direct him to ask the question, not argument.
Honorable Minister, it says, what is the advantage in the spot? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the whole idea of this gold for oil was not necessarily to get cheap oil price, but the idea was to take pressure off the foreign exchange, where government needed to use our scarce foreign exchange to procure petroleum products. In this case, we're using gold. We're using cedis to buy gold and then use the gold to exchange for petroleum products. So it's not, the purpose was not originally to get necessarily cheap price. We buy it as and when, spot. Thank you.
Yes, any more?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I know from the Minister the price or the prices that we have paid for all the lifts that we have done, which may be about 3 or 4 lifts, what spot price did they pay for each lift? Thank you.
Honorable, ask that as a substantive question. Is that a follow-up one? Honorable Chief Whip, if you want to address me, please don't engage me. Yes.
He's fell foul of the provisions of Order 69.
I have
already ruled him out.
I've already ruled. Can they ask another question, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. May I then know what the spot price of the gold that they used in changing for this oil? Because I presume the oil, the gold was also a spot price.
Yes, Honorable Minister, do you know the spot price of the gold?
Mr. Speaker, I thought we were talking about spot price for the petroleum product. The gold, when gold is supplied to an entity that deals that has gold desk and at the same time petroleum, the prevailing price of gold on the day is what we will get in exchange for the spot price of the petroleum product on that day. The price, if you're insisting on getting the price, I mean, come on, standing here, Mr. Speaker, I'm not able to give you the prices. That's reside with Bank of Ghana and BOST. But if you really insist, that information can easily be provided. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Tamale.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister in his answer states that Ghana's gold for oil contract agreements are between the Bulk Oil Storage and Transportation Company Limited, BOST. For my purposes, I will extend it as a state-owned enterprise and suppliers of petroleum products and export contracts. Now, Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister whether he construes, as I do, this to be an economic transaction on behalf of the state within the meaning of Article 1815 of the 1992 Constitution. I want to find out whether this transaction falls within the contemplation of Article 1815 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it states, this article shall, with the necessary modification by Parliament, apply to an international business or economic transaction using our gold is to which the government is a party as it applies to a loan. The government of Ghana is a party because BOST is a state-owned enterprise. You swore an oath to uphold the Constitution. May you respond why we shouldn't treat this as an economic
I'm sure you can
transaction?
respond to that.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the matter he is raising has received a judicial interpretation. BOST is an entity owned by government, but it is an independent corporate entity. Yes, and in the Mark Esebe Yabua case, maybe for the avoidance of doubt, I may remind you, in the Mark Esebe Yabua case, the Supreme Court interpreted this matter you brought, and it said that to the extent that ECG has its own board, irrespective of it giving a residual guarantee to support the car power transaction, it did not amount to a transaction under Article 1815. So there's an interpretation on this matter. So don't attempt to lead him into a certain dungeon. There's already an interpretation to this matter by the Supreme Court in Makesebe Yabua. So he settles it. He doesn't need to express an opinion on this matter because the Supreme Court has already settled the matter. That is what the Supreme Court has said, and it's happening under your government. Mr. Speaker, 2015,
when you did the car power transaction. Mr. Speaker, I need to remind you.
You have already pointed.
Yeah, he was part of government at the time under John Mahama. And you know it. Supreme Court interpreted. You didn't come to Parliament. You didn't come to Parliament. Why do you now want to say that this transaction should be within the contemplation of 1815?
The objection is sustained. Any more questions? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the question has been asked, and by order 66-1. You are the sole judge for the admissibility of questions. So the ball is in your court.
I have already sustained the objection. That is a question of law which has already been pronounced upon. So it's not a matter for him to express his opinion. Any further questions? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the minister in answering the question said if the honorable member is mandated to have the documents, he will make them available. Will the minister tell us when the agreements will be available for members? We are interested. And I think the honorable Rikidegan is interested in seeing the agreement for the oil for gold as well. You said that. He said, when asked about the spot price and agreement, he said, if the member is mandated, you make the agreement available. We are interested. We want the agreement for gold for oil available in this house for members to go through.
Honorable, that question itself ought not have been admitted. It's not a follow-up question. You want details, you ask for them specifically. So you provide them. You don't bring it up as a follow-up question. But the information, even if though, is available in the public records of the agency. And any member can apply for it. The Committee on Energy can request them to appear before them, provide any information. Any further question? Leader, after coming to leadership, I shouldn't, but I'll give you that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister about the exchange of gold oil arrangements. What in the situation where the spot price of gold, as you have mentioned, is higher than if you were to go for dollars and purchase the oil, would you still go along with that arrangement? Pardon?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to my senior colleague, this one is straight mathematics. If we sell the gold more, it's credit to us. It's credit to us that we don't have to, or you can purchase more of the petroleum products. It is not a straightforward swap, say 10 ounces of gold for 10 tons of oil. No, it's the value that we get out of the gold, which we use to purchase the...
Very well. Majority leadership, yes.
All right, come back. Mr. Speaker, the member for Tamale South, in drawing attention to Article 1815, elected not to read the full complement of the provision. This article shall, with the necessary modifications by Parliament, apply to an international business or economic transaction. And he's aware that Parliament since 1992 has not done this. So why does he now want to lay the blame on the minister? When you know, as a former minority leader, the Parliament all these years has not done this simple task. I want to lay the blame on the doorsteps of the minister. Parliament should live up to its responsibilities. You can't respond. You can't respond. This is constitutional. Tell me I'm wrong. That Parliament has done it.
I'm really wondering why leadership wants to turn my question time to the debate. But leader, you're not suggesting that because Parliament has not varied it, it is not applicable law. It is, whether varied or not. It is.
If Parliament hasn't done it, there's no law.
There is. The Constitution then applies as it is.
The Constitution provides, with the greatest respect to the chair, that Parliament. No, I'm not challenging the Speaker. I'm saying the Constitution provides. The Speaker, can you tell him that when the leader is on his feet, he cannot be on his on 1 foot. Mr. Speaker, I was just saying that the Constitution provides clearly that this article, that is Article 181, shall bear the necessary modification by Parliament. I was just drawing attention that Parliament hasn't done it. So who should we blame? So attention should be drawn that Parliament should act with speed on this. But in the absence of that, you cannot blame any minister. That's the point I was raising.
I think the position is clear. It is the same law which has been interpreted and over. Please.
Mr. Speaker, wait. Mr. Speaker, he's done it to me before. Wait. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate when you yourself drew his attention to what the requirement of Article 1815 is. But I'm particularly happy that the Honorable Minister of Finance is sitting right behind you and that of the Minister for Energy. And the obligations and encumbrance you are creating at Bust tomorrow, don't let him come and tell this nation and country that it must be absorbed as a public sector debt, when it's a debt which being precipitated by the actions of Bust. So when we say respect the Constitution, we mean it, Mr. Speaker, because under your IMF agreement, didn't you absorb all the SOEs debt as government debt? So Bust currently, whose gold? Whose gold are you selling? Whose gold? On behalf of the government of Ghana, to who? And we are saying that Parliament should stop sleeping, and you must lead the process that we stop sleeping. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Honorable Minister, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You're discharged. Thank you very much. Yes.
Speaker, may we now take item 6, as was earlier agreed. Item 6.
Honourable members, item 6, statement by the Honourable Minister for Works and Housing on flooding in part of the capital city, Accra. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to address this August House on the recent flooding incidents in the national capital and elsewhere in the country. I would like to commend the Minority Chief Whip, Honorable Kwame Abuja, and the entire House, indeed including the Speaker, for raising the issue of perennial flooding on the floor of Parliament on the 23rd of June, 2023. May I first of all express government and my commiseration to the bereaved families for the loss of their loved ones during the heavy downpour from Wednesday 21st to Friday 23rd June 2023 in some parts of Kumasi in the Ashanti region, including my own beloved Bantima constituency, where 5 lives, 2 of whom were siblings, were unfortunately lost. Here in Accra, some lost their livelihoods whilst others suffered damages of their properties
and other valuables. My sympathies are with the families during this challenging period. Our followers, however, indicate that the rainfall experienced in Accra on Thursday, 22nd June, did not, fortunately, result in any loss of life. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Housing is conscious of the increasing risk of flooding across the country, largely due to inadequate drainage infrastructure, improper solid waste disposal, disregard for planning rules and regulations, and rapid urbanization, among others. The adverse effect of climate change has compounded these factors. Consequently, we have in recent times seen flooding in other urban centers such as Kumasi, Sekondi Itakoradi, Koforidia, and Tamale that did not used to experience much flooding. Globally, the dire effects of climate change have left unforgettable footprints in many countries, such as Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, and Nigeria, among others, and Ghana is no exception. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has over the years initiated and implemented flooding challenges, implemented major drainage projects across the country to mitigate flooding. As a demonstration of our commitment to tackling Ghana's perennial flooding challenge, the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has been implementing a comprehensive flood control and management program with the following components. 1. Construction of drainage channels and desilting under the National Flood Control Program. Regular monitoring of flood-prone areas to assess our preparedness and educate the public via multiple media channels on flood prevention practices. Collaboration with other ministries, namely local government, decentralization and rural development, and national security to prevent development in waterways and drainage reservations. Investment in flood mitigation measures under the Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development Projects, otherwise known as the GARI project, and collaboration with other government agencies, namely the Ghana Meteorological Agency, the Water Resources Commission, and NADMO, towards the issuance of early warning notices. Mr. Speaker, in line with our dedication to building resilient communities and decreasing the occurrence of flooding, government embarked on the National Flood Control Program in the year 2018 and 2020. The aim has been to allocate resources towards enhancing flood resilience of our vulnerable communities. Since 2018, the government has committed 450 million Ghana cedis to this program, making it the most substantial investment from Ghanaian government funding sources dedicated to addressing flooding. Under this program, Mr. Speaker, 384 desilting projects and 202 drainage channel construction projects were initiated. To date, 370 desilting projects representing 96% have been completed, and 84 drainage channel construction projects representing 42% have been completed, with the remaining 118 at various stages of completion. The effect has been the mitigation of flood hazards in beneficiary communities such as Kuntinasi Satellite, Achimota Mile 7, Kantamanso, Mamprobi, Abeka Ayibe Town, Labadi Olympia, Nungwa United Church Area, Hacho, Medina Firestone, Medina Mayo Hot, Medina Reko, Medina Oblogo, Domi Crossing, Weja Giselle, Kaswa Iron City, Kaswa Obom, Nsuanu Stream, in Englesi Amanfru, and Ashaiman. Mr. Speaker, other selected flood hotspots that are benefiting from the 2020 program include Kaswa Millennium City, Adenta Sakora, Insechi, Ablekuma, Dowenya Domi Railway Crossing, New Legon, Adenta Sango, and Naplajo Drains, Kakum River, Brim River, Leprosarium Drain, Densu River, Kokojo River, Owabi River, Sehuyoso, Abuabu Drain, to name a few. Mr. Speaker, ahead of the pending rainy season, I embarked on a working visit of some flood-prone communities in Accra with technical staff from the ministry and the Ghana Hydrological Authority to ascertain our level of preparedness and gain first-hand insights into the challenges we face when it comes to mitigating the risks associated with flooding. Mr. Speaker, it became more evident that human activities are severely impeding government's effort to tackle the issue of flooding. The observations include filling of lagoons and wetlands with construction materials for development purposes, building on drainage channels, hence blocking the free flow of storm water, dumping of solid waste in drains, thereby reducing their capacity to hold storm water, and the gaps in the enforcement of planning laws and building regulations by the various MMDAs. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, Cabinet at its 47th meeting held on Saturday, 25th March 2023, considered a report on my inspection of the drainage infrastructure here in Accra. Cabinet noted the need to consider flooding in Accra as a national security issue, since effective law enforcement has a major role to play in addressing the challenge. Subsequently, Cabinet constituted a committee to develop a comprehensive plan with appropriate measures to strengthen the enforcement of laws relating to lands and siting of buildings. The committee comprises the following ministers: National Security as chairperson, Local Government Decentralization and Rural Development, Sanitation and Water Resources, Works and Housing, and Land and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, while the committee does its work, my ministry will continue its engagement with the Ministry of National Security in seeking support for the assemblies to ensure planning laws, enforce planning laws, and building regulations. My ministry will continue engagement with the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development to strengthen the support provided to the assemblies in addressing the issue of buildings in waterways and drainage buffers. Mr. Speaker, another important component of government's holistic approach to addressing flooding in vulnerable communities is the investment in the Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Project, which is the GARI project. Through the GARI project, the government is partnering with the World Bank to invest $200 million towards reducing flood risk and addressing solid waste management challenge in the Odo drainage basin. The project is being implemented by the Ministry of Works and Housing, the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, and the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. Ahead of the rainy season, the project has provided financial assistance to 17 metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies in the Odo catchment for the Silton Key drainage channels within their respective jurisdictions. These include Ayawaso Central, North, East, and West, La Nkwantanang, Ga East, Adentan, La Dade Kotopong, Ga West, Ga North, and Ga Central. This initiative has contributed to the mitigation of flood by improving the capacity of the tertiary drains. Mr. Speaker, other interventions under the project include drainage improvement west at Achimota, Nima, and Kaneshi, as well as participatory community upgrades in Aloboshi, Akweteman, and Nima. The procurement processes for the dredging of the Ondo drainage channel, drainage improvement west at Achimota, Nima, and community upgrades in Aloboshi and Akweteman are almost complete. Construction expected to commence in the third quarter of this year, following the implementation of a resettlement action plan. Another important measure involves the construction of retention pond in the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission area. These ponds are designed to hold substantial amounts of water that will otherwise flow into the city center and contribute to flooding. Our technical team is currently working with the design consultant to finalize all outstanding designs. Mr. Speaker, in addition to implementing the structural measures outlined above, we are also actively engaged in the implementation of non-structural measures regarding the garage project. These include the establishment of flood early warning system for the Greater Accra region, as well as the implementation of a social and behavioral change campaign. Through the early warning system, individuals residing in vulnerable communities will receive advanced notifications of potential flooding occurrences, enabling them to take the necessary precautions to safeguard their lives, properties, and livelihoods. While we have made significant progress, we do recognize the pressing need to establish more dependable drainage infrastructure across the country to enhance resilience within our communities. Since I assumed office, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has actively engaged with the Ministry of Finance in order to secure the necessary financial resources required to fulfill this objective. Mr. Speaker, let me highlight that despite the ministry's efforts, extensive efforts, the impact of government's investment in mitigation flood risk is seriously undermined by human activities. It is important for citizens to support government efforts by adhering to the rules and regulations governing settlement planning. Additionally, it is essential for citizens to refrain from engaging in development activities within wetlands, waterways, and drainage buffers. Furthermore, it is even more critical for citizens to exercise caution in managing household solid waste and refrain from using drainage channels as dumping grounds for refuse. By so doing, Mr. Speaker, we can collectively work towards reducing the vulnerability to flooding and ensuring the effectiveness of the implemented measures. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to urge our revered traditional rulers, religious and community leaders, civil society groups, and the media to rally behind government's effort in flood control. We can collectively contribute by alerting appropriate state authorities in instances where construction is taking place on waterways and other prohibited locations to take prompt action. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Meteorological Agency has indicated that the east coast of the country, starting from Sopon in the central region to Aflao in the Volta region, is expected to have above average rainfall this year. I urge the media to help make this notice current and relevant and raise public awareness about the hazards involved in traversing on foot and by vehicle during flash floods. Mr. Speaker, the scale of the flooding challenge we face is enormous. With the effect of climate change, it could only get worse. In the light of that, I wish to take this opportunity to emphasize the need for a dedicated source of funding towards tackling flooding in Ghana. The Ghana Hydrological Authority Act 2022, Act 1085, which was passed with support from both sides of the House, makes provision for the establishment of the Hydrological Fund for that purpose. I wish to invite this August House to give serious consideration to committing, for instance, a proportion of the road fund, given the impact of drains on the lifespan of roads. The sanitation levy, in view of the effect of solid waste on drainage capacity, and the common fund, recognizing the need for a holistic and efficient drainage system to flood control in the country. Mr. Speaker, we will clearly showcase the nation's unwavering dedication to addressing this age-long challenge in a comprehensive manner. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I implore every citizen to unite and rally behind our collective effort in tackling the devastating issue of floods. Let us join hands, combining our efforts to bring to an end the destructive consequences caused by flooding. Together, we have the power to effect substantial change and establish a safer and more resilient environment for all. I thank you once again for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and may God bless our country, Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Unfortunately, I did not know the circumstances under which this statement was directed by Mr. Speaker. So I would rather be guided by the leadership as to how many members I should admit to comment after this statement. Yes, leaders.
Speaker, following the business we have for the day, myself and the Chief Whip had agreed that it will be limited to leadership. Comments will be limited to leadership. I recommend the Chief Whip is here. That was the agreement we had. And so, Speaker, we are guided accordingly. And so, leadership will comment on the statement, the submission of the minister. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker.
He's a chairman.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, switch it off. As of the time we were going to conclave, the population within the House, the chamber was very, very small. So indeed, we agreed that when the minister makes the statement, the chairman and ranking would make some comments and leadership will make comments. Indeed, I communicated that to my ranking and deputy ranking. Then, Mr. Speaker, the population has since increased. So, with your discretion, you can probably grant a bit more than the 2-2 on each side for us to make comments. Since this, maybe two more plus leadership. Mr. Speaker, we because I don't want it to look like we have agreed something with you and we have come here to disagree. So we are in your hands, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, I think 2 on each side and leadership should be okay, because I see my good friend, the Honorable Dafemeko, but Speaker, we have other urgent matters to be dealt with. So 2 on each side, and leadership will conclude. That should be it, Speaker.
Very well. I will take 2 on either side, and then leadership desk will provide 1 each. Very well. I'll start from Honorable Member for Korle Klottey.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The constituency is Klottey and the municipal is Korle. So it's, yes. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make a comment on the statement made by the Minister for Works and Housing. Last year, the Minister visited my constituency, and as part of his visit, did mention to the people of Odorna garages that the work for the desilting of the Odor was going to start before the end of last year. As of this year, the level of silt in the Odor drainage is such that now chickens can actually walk across, and goats as well, which means that the volume of water that it should carry is actually probably more than halved at this point. Mr. Speaker, following his visit to my constituency, in answering questions on the floor, the Minister did inform the House that the $200 million that had been given by the World Bank had been realigned to COVID. So it would be very useful if the Minister could inform the House on how much of that money has been returned or reimbursed for the use of the Garrett project. Because as much as no lives were lost during the June flood, livelihoods were terribly damaged. And for people who are living from hand to mouth, the destruction of their livelihoods and properties is almost as bad as the loss of life in their community. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, in mentioning the issues with regards to the mitigation measures with regards to the flooding, the Minister on his visit to my constituency yet again was informed about the fact that downstream from us is the Agogloshi area and the Korle Lagoon, both of which have been filled in by persons in the area, reducing the volume of water that can be actually gathered south, or rather in the downstream to my constituency, meaning that as soon as the volume of water that exceeds a certain amount reaches that point, it actually flows back, and that's why we have flooding in the Odorna and Adabraka official town areas and Asylum Down. Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that he would have mentioned something to do with the desilting downstream, but we didn't hear that either. Nor did we hear parts of the Korle constituency mentioned with regards to some of the mitigation measures that are to be put in place. Mr. Speaker, in addition to mentioning all the causes for flooding in the Accra area, I was hoping that the Minister would have mentioned that in the Krapim area, certain reservoirs need to be re-established, and the housing or perhaps the rezoning of areas in the mountains need to be looked at very carefully, because the amount of water that is flowing downstream from the mountains sometimes causes flooding in the low-lying areas, even when we haven't had any rainfall in Accra. And that's something that really needs to be looked at. So in spite of the fact that there was no loss of life, the impact, the negative impact on the communities in my constituency was very great. And Mr. Speaker, we found since last year that houses and other buildings that were not getting flooded hitherto are now actually being submerged under several feet of water every time it rains, which means that something is clearly not working. In addition, the Auditor General's report on the Ministry for Works and Housing did confirm that there were several projects that had not been completed across the country. Would the minister kindly provide this House with an update on how far the projects that were supposed to have done have been completed in comparison to the Auditor General's report, as well as those that were defective, and whether those have been repaired and what the damage is to date? And finally, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, before, kindly hold on.
Thank you.
It is our practice that we acknowledge basic schools that visit us. I see that one of them is leaving, so kindly let me acknowledge them before they leave the House. Today we have 2 schools visiting us, both from the Kong Katamanso municipality. One is Sweet Roses of Sharon School. They are led by Emmanuel Akrofi Okansi. Then there's the Oxford International School, also led by Seth Asante Jemfi. We thank you for visiting Parliament, and we hope you learned something. Yes, Honourable Member, kindly conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, in conclusion, mine is to ask a few extra questions to the Minister, which are: how many of the projects that had not been inspected have been inspected since then? And what is the current status of all the projects that the Ministry was undertaking to actually mitigate the effects of flooding? What's the situation with regards to the $200 million that the World Bank actually gave for the Garrett project? And how has the money been dispersed? If we can actually if we can actually have a breakdown according to project, according to municipal area, so that we can actually see to what extent this has actually made a difference to the people of Klote-Koli, since for the last 2 years, the flooding situation has become a lot worse than it was before. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, if we can have an update on all projects that have been done and in comparison to the previous reports of the Auditor General's report. Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honourable Member for Abetifi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Minister for Works and Housing. Mr. Speaker, it looks to me that every year we would gather in this chamber to talk about issues of flooding. And we do this when we realize that we are in the rainy season, and for that matter, Ghanaians would suffer. Mr. Speaker, issues of flooding, for me, are matters that need to be discussed all year round. Last year, or last session, this House passed the bill for the establishment of an hydrological authority. Mr. Speaker, what is lacking now is the needed funding for this authority to operate. I mean, we will set up an institution, a state institution, and if we do not provide the needed funding to solve issues of flooding in this country, then, Mr. Speaker, we are better off not establishing these authorities. Mr. Speaker, I have lived in Asalam Down for the greater part of my life, and I know the effect of flooding on the people that live along the big gutters and the big drains in Asalam Down. I recollect that anytime it rained heavily in Accra, people would have to move their television sets, their sofas outside just because rains found its way into their rooms. This is worrying. And every year we'll sit in this House, Ghanaians will talk about it, and it looks like we are not finding solutions to it. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that today the Minister responsible for finance is in the House. And we need some commitments. The people living in Asalam Down and Odo and all of these places cannot continue to suffer year in, year out. We cannot come here and be sympathizing with them and virtually do nothing about it when the rains have stopped. Dredging the Odo should not be an event. We should not only dredge the Odo when it's about to rain. It should be an all-year plan, a program that will dredge the Odo every year, every time. And that is why I supported the establishment of the authority. But if we've established an authority that lacks a well-established sources of funds, then it becomes problematic. So I am happy that the minister proposed that at least some portion of the roof fund, the sanitation levy, the common fund should be channeled into the hydrological authority. I mean, if you look at the bill, the law as passed, there are portions that the authority is mandated to move out there and seek for funding. That for me is not sustainable. We need a more sustainable plan. If 1% of, let's say, common fund is channeled into solving issues of flooding in this country, Mr. Speaker, we need to do that. We need the drains. We construct roads. For the lack of drains, roads 2-3 years deteriorates. And it's something that we need to quickly arrest as a people. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the minister's call for this House to consider establishing very direct sources of funding to the hydrological fund, so that we, this year of coming here to talk about flooding and Odo River would put to a stop. The people of Asalam Down, the people of Adabraka, the people of Nima deserve something better. I mean, we don't need to come here and cry with them. We don't need to come here and sympathize with them. What they need is a solution to their problem. And I know that once we give the Ghana Hydrological Authority money, they will be able to solve the problems for us. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I'll appeal to the authorities, the Ministry of Finance, the Works and Housing Ministry, and especially government. Cabinet should consider establishing very direct sources of funds for the hydro fund. And I think when we do that, we will not be singing songs of flooding year in, year out. With these few words, I support the statement ably made by my Honourable Minister. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to add my voice to a statement made by the Minister for Works and Housing, and I'm particularly happy that the Minister for Finance is also here to listen to our cries. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from the Honourable Member from Price has said it all. Every year we come to this House, make statements to the effect that we have problem with our perennial flooding. Mr. Speaker, I can just read one for you. The budget statement for 2021, if you permit me, page 149 of our budget statement of 2021, ably delivered by the majority leader, Honorable Chase Mensa Boso, MP for Swame, Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business, as well as the Acting Minister for Finance, came to this House, Mr. Speaker, and he delivered. And his delivery, Mr. Speaker, he mentioned, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 819, furthermore, to mitigate the disaster risk associated with flooding in various parts of this country, government continue the implementation of 2018 National Flood Control Program. Current progress of work stands at 95% completion for the desilting and excavation works, while the construction works are 51% complete. Mr. Speaker, this was in 2021, as my Honorable Majority Leader delivered to this House. Today, 2023, we just had flooding, and some, unfortunately, as the Majority Chief Whip gave a statement last week, one person died. 2031, Majority Leader came to this House, gave a statement that as at 2021, 91% of the desilting work was done, and 51% of drainage work was at its completion stage. And today, we have not completed it. All because we have the fine programs and projects on documents, but we do not have the funding for it. It is true that we have passed the Hydrological Authority bill in this House, looking for sources of funding for that Hydrological Authority. And today the Minister is here appealing to this House that if we can take part of the common fund, can take part of the road fund, and we can take part of the sanitation fund, put them together into that Hydrological Authority fund so that we can have money from there. Mr. Speaker, you put your money to where your mouth is. Do we want to continue in this tangent, looking for money all over the places just for the hydro or just for drainage programs? What about other equally important activities that we need money for? It is true that we passed the hydro bill. When we were passing the bill, we suggested that funds allocated to sanitation, levy, part of it should be, allocated for this. But it was shut down. Today, we are looking for money. 10 years ago, I was in this house when we passed the garage, World Bank funding for garage. Today, we are told that the consultant has not even finished their work. If you look at the 2023 budget, the consultant is still, they are now doing procurement for consultancy to the design. I mean, how can we be doing this to ourselves? 10 years ago, that this project was awarded in this house, we agreed for World Bank funding for this project. And still, we are talking about consultancy doing design. When this project should have been completed, we have not done even the retention ponds yet. And we want drainage in Accra to just vanish in a night. It will not happen. It takes proper planning. So I want to plead with the Minister for Finance that we need the money for the drainage work. As of last year, how much was Minister of Works and Housing was allocated? The money that was allocated, only 40% was released. So you go to Brekusu and other places, and even the coastal protection has not been completed because money has not been released. And today you go to Keta area, the whole place is flooded. So how long can we continue, looking at only the flooding, and even that flooding, we don't have money for it? Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to plead the Minister, please, let's put money where our mouths belong. Let's look for all the money and then hand it over to Minister for Works and Housing to finish our drainage project so that people will stop dying. One life that is lost, economically affects all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this golden opportunity to add my voice here, called by the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing. Mr. Speaker, I think flooding should be taken seriously in this country. Mr. Speaker, the control of flooding is something that we must urgently address. Flooding leads to loss of lives, properties, infrastructure, and everything. So we need to be careful and take control over flooding. Mr. Speaker, flooding in this country dates back in the late 50s. Flooding in this country dates back in the late 50s. I went through the research and I got about 25 events of flooding events in this country. And so this matter should not be politicized. It's a matter that affects everybody. Mr. Speaker, in 1968, for example, this country experienced one of the east-west flooding events in 1968. We lost so many lives in this country in 1968. 2015 could be described as one of also the worst situation in 2015. 3rd June 2015, we saw what happened in Accra here. About 154 lives were lost in this country in 2015. 3rd June 2015. And Mr. Speaker, the concern by members here is that almost every year we seem to be lamenting on the situation. That's the concern. Every year we seem to be lamenting. We summon ministers every year. Members of Parliament make statements, ask questions about flooding in this country. Our friends in academia go to read their research about flooding. Articles have been written about flooding in this country. And that is the more reason why, as a Parliament, we need to take much more critical attention to this situation. So we have serious issues with flooding. Mr. Speaker, I found out that 2015, The fact that's happened in this country, World Bank did small calculation about the cost to this country. $140 million was lost in 2015 through that flooding. 2015 alone. World Bank estimates that if you don't address the issue of flooding the next 50 years, it's going to cost this country about $3.1 billion of flooding cost. So it's a matter that we should address critically. Because this loss of property, farmlands are destroyed, bridges are collapsed. It's a result of flooding. Bridges are collapsed. Road network is affected. It's a result of flooding. And so I'm happy today that we have the finance minister here. Mr. Speaker, I think when we are prioritizing areas, flooding should be considered. Well, last year, as my brother did indicate, last year, for example, the minister for Western Housing here, I'm seeing, brother, you are suffering. You are suffering. And Honorable Teacher said that he also suffered in the area when he was there. He's suffering. That young man is suffering. Last year, for example, he was given only 80% of his release. 80%. Only 80%. So how can he work? How can he work? So, Honorable Finance Minister, please, you are here today. I'm happy you have been summoned here on this matter. Let us address this issue critically. Because flooding it costs so much to the country. So we need to address it. The Speaker, as I did indicate, it happened, I have tabulated events. May 5th, 2010, Central Accra, June 10, 2010, the death toll was about 35 people were killed in that incident. 35. October 14, 2010, fires displaced 1,000 people. October 18, 2010, floods submerged 55 communities in central Gonja and Bupe. These are documented. We are living in floods. These are documented. They are there. November 2nd, 2010, floods in Accra, Nafran Place. February 24, 2011, heavy rains in Accra. So we are living with this thing. It's only reversed all these years. As I said, it dates back to the late 1950s. So what have we done as a country? Is it about lamentations every year? Come here, members of parliament. I'll be here, this is my 18th year. Almost every year, members of parliament read statements. Questions are asked. So what are you doing? That's what I said, this issue should never be politicized. It's a major issue that confronts this country. We must address it holistically. Yes, most of it goes to the nation. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'll end by saying that we need intersectorial approach. Yes, intersectorial approach. Finance ministry should be critical in this area. Western housing, local government, environment, they should all come together. If possible, cabinet should get on board an intersectorial committee to address this issue once and for all, because it is hurting the economy, hurting everybody. We are being killed because of flooding. How? And the other issue is about discipline. We need to be disciplined. As a country, we need to be disciplined. Building waterways, floodplains. Yes! Indiscipline is costless. This land is a floodplain area, you go and buy the land. And hurriedly, you build on that land.
Without building permit.
Without permit. Yeah. Obstructing the free flow of water. Water, as they said, it's like whatever you do, water will find its way to penetrate. Water, you can never stop water from flowing. So through the penetration, you are affected. And that's the one reason why we should do well to ensure that we have quality drains that are constructed. Don't do that is. When I mentioned penetration, maybe he's confused on penetration. But water does penetrate. Yes. Water will definitely penetrate because you can never stop the free flow of water. It is stronger than appetite. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, we should always make sure that water finds its way smoothly. We should not obstruct the flow of water. When you do that, you are causing damage. So, road construction should take note of that. Mr. Speaker, another issue I want to address is about
you're not making another statement. So please bring your contribution to
Mr. Speaker, as I indicate, it has huge cost to the nation, infrastructure-wise, energy-wise, telecommunication-wise, road-wise, farmlands are destroyed. These are all effects of heavy downpour, effects of flooding. So we should take note and address this issue holistically and forever. Mr. Finance Minister, the ball is your court. Please finance the Western Housing Ministry. Let them have the funds so that they can work. Thank you.
Leadership.
Thank you.
I thought he said
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, it was for very good reasons that this referral was made and the invitation was also made. We thank you for ensuring that the Finance Minister and his deputy are present. Mr. Speaker, if you listen carefully to the maker of the statement, I must commend the Minister for being factual to himself. Mr. Speaker, he said in his own constituency, 5 lives were lost in Bantima. So it is not just by some figment of somebody's imagination that the floods are taking people. In the Western Housing Minister's own constituency, Bantima, 5 lives were lost. Minister, you said the silting is about 96% completed. You see, your performance can be nice on paper. Oh, we've done well in the silting, 96% completed. But in your own constituency on the ground, 5 lives were lost. I also want to go further by calling on Minister for Finance. Minister for Western Housing is calling for dedicated funding. If what we have already created is not being sent, and you are saying we should go on and on creating other funds. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, today is 29th of June, 2023. Mr. Speaker, Minister for Western Housing says he is collaborating with local government and Ministry of Local Government. What can local government do? You are ending the second quarter today. Monday, you are entering the third quarter. Last quarter, 2022. Last year, 2022, last quarter. This Assembly Common Fund for local government. Yours has not been given to you. Perhaps it has been given to you by the Minister for Finance. You could have your own way of domesticating your own district in Bantima and save the 5 lives. So it is not enough to say we should create dedicated funding. And Minister for Finance, if you listen to the chairman of the Western Housing very well, he said the ball is in your court. Because we may have all the nice things. Don't overlook or don't think that desilting is not something to do away with. If you don't do it, flooding will take you. Minister, you are also saying that we should make sure we give you a portion of the road fund. As the chairman of the road fund, what he has nothing, and you are saying you need portion. Portion of zero. What will you do? It's not also released. Then you said, oh, somebody said we should have disaster emergency response. That is why National Disaster Management Organization was created. They are entitled to a portion of the common fund. That is also not released. So there are dedicated funds. We have this Assembly Common Fund not released. Road Fund not released. Not more Disaster Management Fund not released. So if you say we should go sanitation levy that was created here, not released. So it is not enough to say let's create fund. And that is why the presence of the Minister for Finance is very important. Didn't we know that we are moving from the dry season to the wet season? We've incurred a lot of cost in buying the best weather forecasting machine. So we are aware that the rains are going to be beyond average. Minister for Finance is aware. Yes, still, we were not prepared to make sure that we allocate money to the Minister for Western Housing. We allocate money to the Disaster Minister for Interior for NADMO. We allocate money for the Minister for Local Government and Rural Development for Common Fund. Then raise water is taking us. So if out of 275, you, your own constituency, water is taking you, you can imagine what will happen to other areas. So Finance Minister, next month, you will be bringing your mid-year budget review here. people are already accusing us. The Honorable Odenisopoko Ansa, you were saying that the common fund is not released, and we keep on making statement upon statements. Minister for Finance, we will not be making any statement here. Before you are bringing a new budget or media budget or reviewed budget, what was approved to you for you in 2022 or 2023, make sure the common fund is given to the district assemblies. The last quarter 2022 is given to them. They must be up and doing. Make sure at least the first quarter is also released. We can't be creating fund. When you brought the national sanitation levy here, you prevailed upon us to pass it for you, which we did. But if you want something, you can, we pass it for you. Once we pass it for you, release it, problem. We must make fair assessment of our performance in all the policies and taxes that we are approving. So before you come here with your media budget review, which will be next month, we want to see your performance. And I will call on Mr. Speaker to give you the opportunity, after the majority leader or majority bench has spoken, to give this House an assurance. We say you must be in attendance. In attendance, the Western Housing Minister has given his policy, government policy and government preparedness. But he doesn't have access to the money. We may want to see how we are going to walk the talk. This is not the first statement on flood. Dennis was right. We keep on making statement. For this one, we want to be proud that when Mr. Speaker referred the statement on flooding and invited the two ministers and they came, the input that was made by honorable members of the House had been taken into consideration. At least, this is June. If water is taking you in June, by October, everywhere will be flood. We know. So, Mr. Speaker, with that belaboring the point, I think the Minister for Finance himself is aware that as for the rains, they will come. But humanly, we must do what we have to do. Courtesy Honorable ABF saying that if they are washing your back, you must also wash your front. So, ABF not here. Minister for Finance we must watch our front by releasing the District Assembly Common Fund, by releasing the GET Fund. Schools must embark on sanitation activities by releasing the National Health Insurance Fund, by releasing the National Disaster Management Organization Fund, by releasing the sanitation levy. At least portions of them. Let's close the docket on 2022 and walk the talk on 2023. If by now you have not released last quarter 2022, you can see the difficulty that the government chief whip is going to face when you are coming with media review. I'm not one to be a prophet of doom, but having been there for 4 years on the majority bench.
Return to the statement, please.
The Speaker, in returning to the statement, the return must follow with the release. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you are action man. You want us to walk the talk. With this few comments, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes. Majority leadership. Yes, Chief Whip.
Speaker, let me place on record that when our colleague, the minority whip,
can I have some order at the back bench?
Speaker, when our colleague came under Order 72, we on this side show total solidarity because of the importance of the subject matter. I think we've spoken and lamented enough. And thankfully, the Exchequer, the Minister of Finance himself, is here. I am not sure the relevance and the import of our submission is lost on him. And Ahmed, you bear me out. Anytime you and I have reached out to him, he's performed, especially on common fund arrears. The minister, anytime we reach out, has dutifully performed. I only want to say that whilst we are lamenting about the release of funds, which is reasonable and justified, we as a people, as duty bearers, MPs, must also support in the crusade of building our buffer systems in our country. And Kwame, as an architect, knows this, that for instance, if we are concretizing all our cities, areas, significant areas are being concretized, there are effects to it, because water seepage becomes a challenge. If vegetation cover, which serves as a buffer, are all being destroyed, it comes in its wake all disadvantages. So we should also pay particular attention to these things. And then our attitude towards the way we build. Some of our people build in waterways, and that is where I think I couldn't have agreed more with the minister when he says, and I think, Honorable Ahmed, you didn't get it. You took it out of context when he says that he will collaborate with the local government outfit. Yes, the way we build on waterways, and all these factors contribute to the flooding. That we cannot pretend about. Yes, the point about funding is right, you are justified. Let's also realize that there will never be enough funds. There will never be enough funds. However, I agree with the point that what is due, especially the statutory fund payment, must be dispensed of. And that one will employ a minister that is about life. For us to save lives, for us to save properties, and to put these matters, probably minimize it, we should be seen to be doing incremental releases. The releases should come incrementally. We shouldn't sit and then the arrears become huge and then we go and scratch the surface. It is not for nothing that the framers of the law have said that the releases should be done within some time frame. And for me, that is the thrust of the suggestion. We want to employ the Exchequer, the Minister of Finance, that we should pay more attention to these flooding needs. And then again, there should be more collaboration between the sector minister, so the finance ministry, and the local government. Because our city authorities are also contributing somehow. And so let all hands be on deck. MP should also speak. If people are disposing debris anyhow into watercourses and waterways, the last time a lot of plastic waste were harvested from the ocean. Why? It is also because the mood and the means by which we dispose our waste. So we should pay attention to these things. Elsewhere, you see how waste is being separated. The biodegradable and the ones that cannot be degrade will take a long time. These wastes are separated. Conscious effort is made to separate them and also to facilitate their disposition. A lot of the biodegradable waste could be converted into compost and to support agricultural purposes. So we can go on and on. But Speaker, I will really emphasize that we want to see the incremental releases to the statutory funds and for us to reverse this trend. I also quickly want to concede that all of us should come to terms that there cannot be enough funds. It cannot be. I mean, America, there's flooding in America. Don't misunderstand me. No, being said here. In America, where they have very developed structures, there's flooding. The point I'm emphasizing is that we can never have enough funds. So we ourselves should also work on our attitude. This attitude also contributes to compound the problem. And that's where I think we seem to get a bit not paying too much attention, and the call is all on funding. If we release all the funds, and yet our attitudes will not change, it will also be a problem. So these were, Speaker, we want to thank the Minister, and we will follow. I want to hope that leadership will follow closely, as we've been doing. We relate appropriately with the blessings of the leader of government business, and we'll follow up to ensure that the releases are duly done. So yeah, I thank you for the space granted. I'm grateful.
Yeah. Sorry?
Speaker, just a brief comment.
You want to withdraw from the agreement you reached with me.
With your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. I'm not demanding it, I'm just pleading for.
Very well.
Okay.
Let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our colleague, the Minister for Works and Housing, for his timeous appearance in the House since Mr. Speaker made the directive for him and the Minister of Finance to appear. I want to thank the Minister of Finance as well for being here. I think this is what Parliament wants, that when we summon ministers, they appear to talk to us. Mr. Speaker, the write-up from the Minister actually laid out all the challenges we have, and I agree with the ranking, the chairman of the committee, that none of these issues are new to us. They've been around for some time, but it appears the efforts we've been making as a country to make significant amendments to the challenges are not yielding the results. And I also agree with the majority government whip that sometimes it's not merely the non-availability of money. The problems are not natural disasters, Mr. Speaker. We are creating them. Majority of the time we are creating them. Do we want to say that we don't want rains, but we want to have food? We don't want rain, but we want to have water? That is not the way God creates the world. There should be rain, but the rain should not become a disaster. We should be happy it's raining. Indeed, farmers are happy when it's raining. It's only those of us who are getting flooded that don't like the rain. Simply because, Mr. Speaker, we have totally neglected the spatial planning. Mr. Speaker, I hope you are aware that the Minister himself, the Minister of Works and Housing, is a specialist. He's a professional in the built environment. He's a special planner. And so understands what the issues are. But whose job is it to ensure that when I'm building, I conform to all the necessary requirements? And no matter how tempting it is, if there's a waterway or a receptacle that receives excess water in a community, you don't just go and build there simply because you also want to live in that area. In fact, maybe we need to be more serious about some of these things, because otherwise, the Minister of Finance can release every money. If tomorrow morning we all neglect the regulations around building in our countries, he'll give us the money. You can actually go and desilt all the gutters, but because you have gone to block more channels, the flooding will still come. So I agree that maybe the local government ministry should also be up and doing. Because as for the enforcement of the regulations, it has nothing to do with lack of money. The local government ministry and these assemblies receive quite considerable amount of money from all of us. We want to see them enforcing some of these regulations. The enforcement of building regulation shouldn't be difficult, Mr. Speaker. Elsewhere, you cannot even plant or remove a tree on your street without the authorization from the local assembly. If you do it, you have offended the law, you will be punished. So once these assemblies take up this and are working, I'm sure it will reduce the challenge as well. Mr. Speaker, the way we dispose of our solid waste is also a major concern. Mr. Speaker, even in this city, you see people, responsible people, wearing tie in the morning, drink bottled water or sachet water, and you just see them drop their glass and throw the bottle and things out on the motorway and everywhere. And you wonder, how are you able to wear your tie and forget that you are not supposed to throw litter out of your car's window onto the street? Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance can't solve that one. That one is attitudinal change that we have to deal with. So whilst we are encouraging him to spend more, we have to also our own behaviors. With Mr. Speaker, I agree. The law that mandates Ghanaians to pay. We were all hoping that we were going to see some change in how that fund deals with certain things. In fact, as we speak, maybe in the minister's media review to update us how much we have collected so far and what it has been applied to. It is very important so that Ghanaians know that they are paying taxes that go to address issues that are of concern to them. So, Minister, maybe in your media review, we will need an update. As for asking for portions of road fund and other things to be taken and put in that fund, from where I sit as for now, the ranking on road and transport, I don't see the road fund healthy enough.
Honorable Leader, hold on, please. Honorable members, having regard to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. You may continue.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think the road fund is healthy enough to even part away with even 1 cedi at this stage for any other purpose. They need more than they receive currently to address even the issues on our roads. But I think, yes, government can prioritize and fund sanitation and the desilting of our gutters and other things from other sources, if we so wish. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree that the minister should. I know he's always here, want to listen to us, Minister. The non-release of some common fund last year and part of this year is also affecting activities at assemblies. Indeed, many assemblies go to work and do nothing because there's not much fund, and it affects even we members of parliament. We're in the rains, and few schools have lost 2 or 3 roofing sheets and other things. We should be able to intervene quickly. So, Minister, we are hoping, we are not instructing, but we are hoping that be compassionate once again, see what you can do to make some few releases to the common fund, specifically to be sent to the assembly so that they can also have some resources to address some of the problems at their level, whilst we look at funding the bigger issues. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity once again, thank our colleague, the Minister for Works and Housing, for his timeous appearance in the House, and also thank the Finance Minister for accompanying him as Mr. Speaker directed. We are very grateful for this response, and we think this will be the template going forward. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes,
Speaker,
there's
a few comments. First, to add my voice to that of colleagues who have spoken ahead of me, to express our appreciation to the Minister for this rapid response that is really come to Parliament on time to respond to a dire need and a request from this House. Mr. Speaker, let me state that some colleagues related to some percentages that I gave in 2021 in respect of the accomplishment in the area of desilting. Mr. Speaker, desilting, if left in situ, set it in percentages. So you can't refer to 2021 figures as if they are sacrosanct figures. Certainly, if it is not continued, the percentage will decline. So I'm surprised that one of our colleagues related to that, as if that figure is cast in stone. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has indeed related to the substantive issues, and he hit the nail right on the head when he admitted that the reasons why we have these perennial flooding relate to the filling up of traditional runoff collection points or receptacles. What used to be the traditional receptacles are all being filled up, and people are building on these lands. What do you expect when water has nowhere to go? They'll certainly spread out and flood the built-up areas. The Speaker, he has again related to the filling up of lagoons and wetlands, and the building on drainage channels and waterways, thereby impeding the smooth flow of runoff. We know all these things, and yet as Ghanaians we don't speak to ourselves. The Speaker, we're dumping solid waste in drains, and there's a clear deficit in the enforcement of our planning laws. We're constructing drains, and even when we construct the drains, we leave the shoulders unpaved. What do you expect? Runoff certainly will carry the topsoil and fill up the drains that we have constructed easily. And sometimes when we even desert, we put we dump the silt on the shoulders of the drains. So the least downpour takes them back into these drains. The Speaker, yes, we admit that we are not dredging regularly, but as the Minister said, that one relates to the availability of funds. We also admit that we don't have sufficient drainage infrastructure. The Speaker, the unstructured land use. Today, and I was just having a discussion with the Minister, the mountainous area, I don't know, I've forgotten how they call that place. You get to Atomic, the mountain that confronts you. People are building there, the Speaker, in a very unstructured way, exposing the soil. The least downpour, the topsoil rushes down. My fear, what we are doing, not providing tiers in the construction. The Speaker, I'm afraid that pretty soon this nation is going to witness a disaster. And there could be massive landslides and rockfalls in those areas. You saw what happened, and we had to close down the Pediasi Road. Rockfall. The Speaker, what we are doing, we should be very, very careful. People are building anywhere, anyhow, and with scant regard to land use policies and programs. Mr. Speaker, we should also know that apart from all these, the flatness of the topography of Accra is something else. Mr. Speaker, all that we are talking about, the bigger problem is the gradient of Accra generally. You can't continue to desilt to lower the level of the ground to be lower than the sea level. There will be a pushback from the sea. So when people talk about we should be engaging in continuous siltation and so on and so forth, sometimes I ask myself that they don't know what they are talking about. We need serious re-engineering of Accra. We need serious re-engineering of Accra. The Speaker, some cities have done it anyway, so it's doable, except we must recognize it comes at very high cost. Amsterdam, generally, about 80% below sea level. They've managed to do it. How did they do it? We need to engage our coastal engineers, marine engineers, and so on, to see how we can solve this problem. So it doesn't just lie with the construction of drains in Accra or this Hilton. There's much more to it. There's much more to it, which is why when we get to approaching Kolebu, there's a standstill at the lagoon end. Water cannot enter because it's at the same level. It's at the same level. So there's that pushback. And when there is flood, it's worse. So, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to the Minister that they really need to put a team together to see how to overcome this, because we are tinkering with the problem. We are really tinkering with the problem. The major thing is how to re-engineer the entirety of Accra to ensure that we achieve some minimal gradient, which then will allow the flow of runoff into the sea. Otherwise, what you are doing, yes, it's some attempt. It's some attempt, and we must commend the ministry for what they've been doing all these years. But I'm saying to us that the greater problem is really the topography of Accra. How do we deal with it? So, Minister, whilst appreciating your effort in responding to us very tirelessly, I would suggest that you engage, the relevant professionals in the field, proffer the necessary advice as to the way forward. Otherwise, we may be throwing money into the drain, and the results, the outcome, may not be as maybe you wish to see. You have a Herculean task, and I really sympathize with you that you want to do your, but please engage the relevant professionals, the relevant engineers. Let us see how to move forward with this, because it is not something that we can overcome in a year. It is not. And let's not keep throwing good money away. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Very well, honourable members. If you ask me, in sum, we have two challenges. Enforcement of our existing rules. That is human activity, our failure to enforce the rules, and then waste disposal. That's also a human activity. Our major indiscipline as a people, across all boards, building at areas which we are not supposed to build, it's human activity. It's our own indiscipline. So, a lot of the answer lies with us as a people. Our own level of indiscipline is now going out of the roof. In fact, in my own constituency, as we speak now, there's a major river which part of it is being filled now. MC, everybody, police, they go there, the people stop work, you leave, they continue. That is the level of indiscipline and outright disrespect for the rules in this country. Anything happens now, quickly they turn. Government, why didn't you do this? MC, why didn't you do that? Police, why didn't you do that? When they know that they ought not have done that in the first place. I remember former immediate past minister for Works and Housing, Honorable Atache, used to say very often when he answers questions here, says, move out of harm's way. You go and put a house right flooding area, and then you sit there when flood takes your things, then you come back and complain. When you see the flood coming, move out. Don't sit there, expose yourself to the danger, and call on somebody else to help. I hope that we will learn our lessons. The other part is Accra generally, where at certain levels we are below the sea level. It makes it difficult to manage, but it's money. Now we are all asking the finance minister to provide money, but we also all know that we are not providing sufficient resources into the public funds. So it all comes back to us. We can do more for ourselves by refraining from doing the things that the law says we should not do, and also by paying more into the public kitty, so there will be more available. So, on that note, Honourable Minister, unless you wish to say something more, I will bring this discussion to a close, and thank you. If you want to say something more, I'll give you the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my statement has been extensively discussed, and I do not have any more useful to add, except to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honourable members for the support and the concern. It's obvious that flooding is a serious developmental issue that we all need to pay attention to. It is about drainage construction. It requires a lot of money. And we've all witnessed, if I should say, the bashing of the finance minister. That everybody is asking for money for the ministry. What is also true is that under his leadership,
as finance minister in the first 4 years of the Akufo-Addo administration, he committed 450 million of government funds to fight flooding in this country. And I must put on record that this is unprecedented and no other finance minister has done a better job on that. What is also true is that we need more resources to fight flood, to embark on flood control. As far as drainage is concerned, the little money that we get, we are not able to construct the entire length of the road. And they said that if you are not able to construct the entire length of the drain, you are not able to make impact. So we will continue to engage with Ministry of Finance for more funds so that we can construct the entire length of the drain for a particular area so that we can make impact. It is also true that human activities are hindering or hampering the work that we are doing. And this has been widely discussed here. Mr. Speaker, when at a point in our country we decided to go on the tangent of decentralization, I don't think we realized the enormity of the responsibility that we are placing in the hands of the district assembly officials. Everything depends on them. They are supposed to give permits, approve permits. First of all, they are supposed to make sure that where you are to build, you have development permits. And even where the building you are supposed to build, at every stage of the process, you have to give permits. I have managed construction works in America before, and you realize that at every point of the construction process, the city authorities will have to permit you to go to the next stage of the construction process. And I'm happy that today the leadership, the Honorable Chairman Sabunsu, who himself is a professional built environment, is a built environment professional, and the Honorable Kwame Abuja himself also a professional built environment person, who all understand the issues. It is my hope that all that we have discussed here, the Ghanaian is also listening, so that you will be responsible, especially in the disposal of solid waste, and also in the building on waterways. You should stop building on waterways. By so doing, you will complement the effort of government in ensuring a safer and stronger built environment for all. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of statement. The statement as directed by Mr. Speaker. I have to acknowledge the presence of the Kings and Queens Forum, led by Toby Guba Denge Sedo. I'm told the Kings and Queens are in house to provide support for Parliament. We thank you for attending upon the House. You're welcome. Honourable Majority Leader, what next? Yes, you will.
Speaker, may we now go on to item 3. At the commencement of public business, the Ghana Accreditation Service Bill 2023. We take it.
Yes, Honourable Minority Leadership, the application is to proceed with public business.
Mr. Speaker, we discussed that at conclave. I'm not sure how far we can go, but definitely we can start. The Minister of Trade. The Minister of Trade is finally here this week, and we need to help him do his business. Last week I said he wasn't around, but this week he's around, so we can do some business.
One moment, please. Honourable members, I'll suspend sitting for 5 minutes to resume. So the House is sitting is accordingly suspended for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honourable members, addendum paper, other paper addendum 3. Ghana Accreditation Service Bill 2023 at the consideration stage. Item I, clause 1.
Application.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, clause 1. Subclause 1, paragraph F should be deleted. Good.
Yes, honourable members.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph F, delete.
Yes, honourable members. The amendment is for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I just
Yes.
wanted to know why the chair is proposing the deletion of 111F. I thought the construct there provides for executive instrument, which really is not the president of the minister. It's rather a legislative instrument. If you are deleting the entirety of it, what's the import of it? What's the import of what you are doing?
Mr. Speaker, at the meeting of the committee, we thought that it was probably going to open up the law to, let me borrow the word, some form of abuse. If we allow any prescription of any other body by the minister by executive instrument going along. So we wanted Parliament rather to have the opportunity to, as it were, come up with acceptance or what otherwise of any further prescriptions for that matter.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I agree with leader. Indeed, the 11F ought to be there. In the first place, it's an auxiliary clause that is useful. If the chairman wanted to change the executive instrument to legislative instrument, because the executive instrument under the presidency, the executive. So maybe we can amend that to be, because in his explanation he said, so that Parliament will have control. Yes, even if you want to pass an LI, you still have to come here to Parliament. So I think we can change the executive to legislative instrument and leave it in there, if the chairman wants to consider that.
Mr. Speaker, I think I accept his position.
So amend your proposal. Instead of delete, you're proposing that we should rather delete executive and insert legislative. Is that right? Delete executive and insert legislative rather than deleting the whole F. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really struggling because I'm just reading the bill for the first time. But if the chairman agrees with my proposal, then I will suggest to him that we have a place for regulations, and that is captured in the section 55. So that one then can go to 55. But that is what you have told me. You didn't tell me that. You said you are deleting. That's why I was struggling to go through. So, Mr. Speaker, if he agrees that we delete it, then it will find expression in 55.
That's what I was trying to explain initially, except that I didn't have the opportunity to go and refer to this particular provision he was bringing up. And otherwise, I'll say that the reason why we decided to delete was the fact that in the law itself, we made provision for further, promulgation of any new bodies or so on to as it will be an accreditation body. So, if he understands me from this point on, then we delete F as it is.
No, but wait a minute.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at it. The purpose of the F appears to be slightly different from the functions under the 55 that leader is talking about. What he's saying that F is this, that, under one specifically, is this, that this law, if the bill, law, if passed, would apply to all the itemized institutions. And then at F, we say that plus any other body, in addition to what we have up here, which the minister, and we have agreed that by LI would bring, it would apply to it. And when you go to the 55, 55 is then, well, thank you. Well, no, but he says the point I'm making, in sense I'm right.
Yeah,
No, but
I agree that the powers to make the LI should be given in this
before
one,
you go on to the regulation.
before the council.
That's
what I thought as well. So we agree that we delete executive and insert legislative in 1F. Right, honourable members, the amendment is to delete executive under 1F and insert legislative. All in favour of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item II.
Mr. Speaker, item I, amendment proposed, subclause 2, delete educational and insert education.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. All in favour of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. So, I'll put a question on entire clause 1 as amended. And the question is, clause 1 as variously amended. It shall stand part of the bill. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as variously amended is hereby the stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Establishment of the Ghana Accreditation Service.
Clause 3.
Objects of the service.
Clause 4.
Of the service.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker. The first, clause 1 and clause 2. This bill is about Ghana Accreditation Service. Would the minister not consider an interpositional change between 1 and 2? Because this is about the establishment of the Ghana Accreditation Service. I thought 2 rather should be 1, and then 1 should be 2. But that is something else. The 3, I'm just leaving that to the drafters and the minister to consider. The 3, Mr. Speaker, the 3B, the objects of the service are to, B says, support the needs of Ghanaian enterprises that are competing in a fast-paced global economy. That description, I believe, is unnecessary. Support the needs of Ghanaian enterprises that are competing in the global economy. But the characterization of fast-paced, to me, is unnecessary. We should delete that.
Very well, let me put the question on clause 2 first, and then I'll come to 3. Otherwise, I was going to put 2, 3, and 4 together. So the clause 2. All in favor of clause 2 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, clause 3. You're moving to the proposed amendment. The amendment is delete fast-paced.
Yes, delete fast-paced.
Yes.
No objection.
All members, all in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Amendment is carried. Now I'll put the question on clause 3 as amended. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is here and the chairman is also here. Do we need F, the object of the service, to promote recognition and protect the use of the logo of the service? Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure that really this should be an object of the service. Unless maybe they can convince and persuade me.
Let me try and persuade the leader. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Accreditation Service is going to be part of the global body that works in concert with other accreditation bodies in the world. And they are, one of their objectives is to ensure that they protect the use of their logo by anybody in this world, anywhere. It's not going to be the case that every company in Ghana will be enjoined to use the logo or the accreditation service of Ghana. They can be here, but they will use the accreditation service of Nigeria. But the Ghana Accreditation Service is empowered to ensure that the use of that logo is protected through licensing and certification. That is why it's important that we have this there as a.
So can it go as part? Can it not be a function of the agency, the accredited service agency, rather than the object?
Look, I see this as semantics because it's an objective of the establishment to ensure the protection of the use of that logo. So if you function, it depends. It's semantics. Anyway, you look at it. I think that the enactors prefer to have it there as the promoters, I mean, the ministry. They prefer to serve a purpose as far as the global body is concerned, and this is one of the objectives of the global body, to ensure that they watch out for one another.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, he tries to convince me. He said he was going to persuade me. I'm convinced somehow, but I'm not persuaded at all. I'm not persuaded at all by this.
Very well, I'll put the question. So, clause 3 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4. There is no proposed amendment to clause 4. I'll put the question. All in favor of clause 4 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Membership of the service.
Chairman, proposed amendment.
Clause 5. Amendment proposed, paragraph 5A, delete. Then I'll go further to paragraph 5B at the beginning of the paragraph, delete order.
Yes. Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Yes.
The 5. I could hear the minister saying, though not officially, that they are assuming there's nobody, that there's no existing body currently, but 5A, the personnel of Ghana National Accreditation Service. Is it not the case that you have that in existence? Doesn't exist already? Oh, okay, so that is not necessarily, okay, okay.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, look at the transitional provisions in 58. The rights, assets, and liabilities accrued in respect of the properties vested in Ghana National established immediately before the coming into force of this act. It means there's something.
There is a private.
Actually, even 59 mentions a service incorporated under Act 992 being dissolved 2019. It was after the act was passed, was the service set up. It does appear that even though the law was passed, it was not implemented. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, there seems to be some conflation here. This for the first time. Leader is looking at 58, and 58 is talking about transitional provisions. I see that we'll talk about the Ghana National Accreditation Service established immediately before coming into this act. There is no statutory. The Ghana National Accreditation Service incorporated, that is incorporated under the Companies Act.
Is dissolved.
But the Companies Act, it was established under the Companies Act. It means a private company.
That's our understanding. There is what they call a GANAS, and so it was an institution. No, wait a minute. There is no statutorily established enterprise or entity by this House called Ghana National Accreditation Service. There is none. Before today, there has been that institution established under the Companies Act by a private entity. So I think what the clause is suggesting is that there hasn't been a statutorily passed or established entity which has employees. So we are not transferring any employees from that existing enterprise into the fold of what we are doing now. That's what the first one is about. This second one is different. It's different altogether. The 59, Mr. Speaker, is different. It's not. No, we do. Sorry. Yes, there is no statutory provision, so I'm not sure we are legally bound, Mr. Speaker, to extrapolate employees from the private company into the one that we are doing today by Parliament. So if he says we should delete the first one, Mr. Speaker, he is right. When we get to the 59, we will look at what it is at 59. Because I'm not so sure that dissolution. Yes. The 59 is actually dissolving it, whatever was there, but actually.
In what capacity? If it's a private enterprise, in that capacity will this law dissolve it?
Okay, that's why I switch off the mic. Because how do you dissolve somebody's private company by statutory whatever? Entirely right. So when we get there, we'll deal with that. So this one is right. What he is asked for, the deletion is asked for, is right. We should delete that one, and then we'll move on.
I will explain.
Speaker,
sorry.
See, let's which
Mr. Speaker, during our deliberations, this came up. Indeed, it was, I won't use the word controversial, but it was a bit extended in terms of we trying to understand where those staff would come from. We asked the ministry that is in charge of this Ganas, and they said that at the moment, no staff had been employed, but they have staff that have been seconded to the office to prepare for this law to come to existence so that they can start full operation. So to act on the side of caution, we thought as a committee that it wasn't appropriate to open ourselves up for any exploitation. So therefore, if it's the case that nobody has been given a formal letter of appointment onto Ganas, then we cannot have that provision there as having staff already employed being transferred to the new establishment. However, looking at 59, and if I may even repeat, if you look at the 5A, accreditation service employed, the operative word here is employed. And I don't think that the accreditation service can tell us that they have issued any appointment letter to anybody as employing them. But yes, I can confirm that staff from Ghana Standards Authority have been seconded to the office. Staff from TRAC has been seconded to the office, and so on. If these are those that we are calling as employees of the Ghanaians that are going to be transferred, I don't know. But as we speak today, as before the enactment of this law, there are no persons or staff that can come and prove with any letters that they have been employed to work under Ghanaians before the enactment of the law. That is why we want that one removed. I don't know how it works with the transfer provision.
But that does not answer the question relating to 58 and 59. 59 in particular suggests that there's a private company incorporated somewhere. Do you know about that? Do you know about that company called Ghana National Accreditation Service Incorporated under Companies Act 2019? Do you know about that?
Mr. Speaker, I must confess that this did not come onto our radar to ask these questions you are asking of us. But I know that even before the bill came to Parliament, the necessary pre-arrangements to get a company called Ghana National Accreditation Service had been put in place with an office at the Ministry of Trade and so on and so forth. So the fact that a company has been incorporated called Ganas, I don't know whether that gives them a mandate to immediately start operating if the minister has not appointed a chief executive and of course gone by the enactment of a law to put the council in place and so on and so forth. That is where my doubt lies, actually.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your contribution. Well, you don't contribute, but your directions. Let's step down the 5 temporarily because it has relevance to the 58 and the 59. The whole of the 58 and 59 should not be deleted because of the 5. So if we may go on to the 6, we'll come back to 55 to the other ones.
Yes,
yeah. No. So let's go on to the 6. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, yeah, no, we step down.
I agree with you, but you are talking into the mic when it's a private conversation.
Forgive me, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So we will defer consideration of clause 5. Clause 6.
Governing body of the service.
Mr. Speaker, clause 6. Amendment proposed. Clause 1, paragraph G, line 2, insert E after off. Clause 6. Yes. Clause 1.
The proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. There has not been any vote on the proposed amendment. I'm putting the question again. All in favor of the proposed amendment in clause 6(1), say aye. Yes. C line 1, one representative of the Minister of Trade and Industry. They say delete off and insert responsible for. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Well, it may be put under Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, Trade and so whichever ministry is responsible for trade and industry. So I'll move on. Item VI. Chairman, proposed amendment.
Mr. Speaker, clause 6, amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph F, line 2. Before director, insert a director.
There's a there already. Not below the rank of a director. It's there already. Maybe your particular or members' particular copy did not have the a. Very well. So proposed amendment is abandoned. So I'll put the question on clause 6. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have often been raising this matter about the structure of our ministries. Now, you have one representative of the ministry responsible for environment, science, and technology, not below the rank of a director. Where is the emphasis? Is the emphasis on environment, or is it on science and technology? Where is the emphasis? Because we may not have a ministry called Ministry for Environment, Science and Technology tomorrow. Today we have it. But we should know where the emphasis is. If the emphasis is on environment, then it should read one representative of the ministry responsible for environment. I may not have to take along science and technology. So what do you really want? should the emphasis be on science and technology or on environment?
Mr. Speaker, I see the direction of my leader, and I think that as it sits right now, leader, if you want to break it down, then it becomes a matter of choice on the chairman. As it stands, accreditation goes with science, accreditation goes with technology, accreditation can even go with environment. So if you want to break it down, then it becomes a bit problematic. As it is right now, the age 6.
Whilst you are conferring, kindly resume your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I get a point that the majority leader was raising. But the ministry has always been, it started off Ministry of Environment and Science, and then it became very clear that technology with science went with it. So really, it must stay that way because I don't foresee any future where we are going to name the Ministry of Environment and Science. Science and technology, I'm sure, will go together at all costs. These issues about science and technology. So I think we should leave it at that.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member just explained, but it's even better. Mr. Speaker, when we get to a point when there is a dichotomy between the two, the ministries from the representatives from the various dichotomized ministries are already mentioned under this. So they come under the rubric of whichever one they have now been recruited. As simple as that. Well, that should be. If we say that the ministry responsible for environment, science, and technology, and so we now have a ministry for environment, different. So by this law, they should be represented from there. And then from science, one representative of the ministry responsible for environment. One. So now there's environment alone. And now, Mr. Speaker, we have science alone. And then technology. What was the difficulty? So we have 3 or 4 rolled into one here. It's fine, Mr. Speaker. We won't touch it. Thank you.
Very well. Then I'll put a question on clause 6. Yes.
Clause 6, 1K. I think we went through this amendment last week. The way they've written this one too is problematic. If you read 6K, one other person with knowledge in accounting or finance, who is a woman nominated by the president. If it's just one, then just say appoint a woman. Why are you saying who is a woman? I don't know. This clause, we used to write it in a different way. If it's the choice of the minister to have at least one member of the board, the governing board, to be a woman. Because now you said with an accounting or finance, knowledge in accounting or finance. Who is a woman?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want to explain to my leader here that sometimes you get these boards formed, but the board would be deficient in a particular let me say, department. So if the president is being given that opportunity to select one woman and with conditions. I think that it steers the president towards only one particular woman and not just any woman. Yes.
And so I want to understand you. You want the other person to be a woman, and the woman must have finance. And so you could just change it to one other person or one woman with knowledge in accounting. Makes it straight, because that's what we want, a woman who has a finance and accounting background. That's it. No, one other person nominated by the president who is a woman. So let's make it straight, one woman.
Agreed, Mr. Speaker, agreed. Okay, so it will read one woman with knowledge in accounting or finance nominated by the president.
Honourable members, all in favour of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is yes.
Before you put the question on clause 6 as amended, just wanted us to go back to object. The object in 3D, the accreditation is to facilitate international trade. Speaker, when you come to the representation, it's not the Association of Traders, but rather the Association of Ghana Industries. Why should that be? I think it's a matter of policy. If the minister could explain to us.
Because this work is to accredit so that you have the valid international acceptance.
I'm saying
to give. Yes.
I was just saying that the object.
I'm going back to 1.
No, 3. As in 3, we want to promote accreditation to facilitate international trade. Right? With those ones, no, just the 3D. Promote accreditation to facilitate international trade. And then we come to the governing body, which is 6. You have a place for not the Association of Traders, but Association of Ghana Industries. That is 6J, 61J. J for John. And I'm asking why, to borrow the words of the minister, why the dichotomy?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think he has borrowed my words. I haven't lent him my words, but I think he hasn't borrowed them properly. So there doesn't appear to be any dichotomy here. What seems to be missing from how he explains it is the absence of the Association for Commerce. But I would have thought that the Ghana Industries would adequately and perfectly represent all traders. Yeah, but bear with me, Mr. Speaker, once again. Mr. Speaker, there is, as you said, there's a policy rationalization for that. We think the AGI would adequately represent the interests of all of them, so we're happy with that.
Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want the chairman to look at this. 6.2. 6.2. A person other than a person nominated under paragraph J of section 1 is not eligible to be a member of the council unless the person has knowledge and experience in quality infrastructure. What is quality infrastructure? Because it's not defined. You either go and define what quality infrastructure is so we understand, or you say something, because if you say J, who are the people mentioned in that paragraph J? A representative of Association of Ghana Industries. No, J is nominated by the president. So under Ghana Association of Industries, which activity?
Mr. Speaker, so doesn't it help if I delete the two?
No, please.
Just want to know what quality infrastructure, experience in quality infrastructure is.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have noted what our leader has proposed. We would capture the meaning or the interpretation of quality infrastructure in the law. But to come back to what my leader proposed with the AGI, Mr. Speaker, this is going to be an accreditation service. In fact, what he read under 3D, which is the under of the promote accreditation to facilitate international trade. It's not that kind of trade where we're looking at buying and selling, for example. We're looking at an industry which would want to have some kind of certification to be able to export to some markets which demands accreditation before the products reach their country. And of course, we all know in Ghana that if you are looking for such an organization, it's AGI. If you want to bring in a group that does only in commerce or a group that is only buy and sell, they will not fall under this law. But if, for example, Casapreco requires some accreditation to send their products to, let's say, Singapore, they would have to have an accreditation by the Ghanas before they can take it there. That's the reason why we want to put the AGI under the council so that they will know whatever the establishment brings up before products or whatever are certified. But otherwise, I'd like to maintain, in summary, that AGI is the only body captured here because they are going to deal with this accreditation service more than any other organization.
They have agreed that will provide definition for quality assurance. Quality infrastructure. You have agreed to provide the definition very well. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure that I agree with what the chairman has said. First, what is being established is not just for the promotion of international trade. If my appreciation of this bill is right, we're looking at matters that we also import into this country. Yes, Mr. Speaker, read the memo. It's not only for purposes of this one. And that's why I was looking at the trader's perspective as well. However, Mr. Speaker, if what is even said is to be believed, why then is 6 taking the representative of AGI out? As far as that representative is concerned, he doesn't need to have any proficiency in quality infrastructure.
Yes.
It doesn't need.
Yes.
So in terms of the equipment, whether they meet or conform to certain standards, it doesn't need to even know. Yes. So what you are saying does not sit. It doesn't sit with the purpose that you are trying to elucidate. It doesn't. Because in that regard, the AGI rep should also have proficiency in quality infrastructure. But it's the only one that the law is saying that he doesn't need to have it. So the point that you are raising does not stick.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully want to draw the attention of my leader here that the representation of AGI is not going to be a technical representation. The reason being that he is going to represent a whole group of people. The manufacturing processes in tropical cable will not be the same as manufacturing processes in, let's say, even Red Roy, same cable company. But they would understand if the accreditation service intends to roll out any, let's say, new rules or regulations or guidelines that affect the industry or that affect their organization. So that is the reason why the law is excluding them, to ensure that for all those people except the AGI, they need to have some knowledge in quality infrastructure. I don't think it's too much of a trouble. That is even the reason why the president is supposed to nominate a woman with a particular, standard or conditions attached to that nomination. These AGI rep, of course, is not going to be tagged to have a knowledge in, let's say, manufacturing process or whatever, but would have the opportunity to inform their people or bring their people's contribution on board whenever it's necessary.
So in effect, he is representing just an interest of his organization. He is not coming on board, he or she is not coming on board with a technical knowledge. Anyway.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just want clarification. You are limiting the woman to have a certain qualification, and AGI rep also to have a certain qualification. What about the rest of the men representing? What are their qualifications? As you are limiting the woman as a rep to have a certain qualification, accounting or finance, am I right? You are limiting the AGI rep also to have a certain qualification, whether it is technical, quality assurance, whichever. What is the qualification for the rest of the men?
The AGI person is not limited, just that he cannot perform a certain functions unless he has a certain qualification or experience. But he's asking about the other representatives from the other state agencies. Could they bring a lawyer, or could they bring an administrator, or could they bring a secretary, any person? The agencies, other agencies.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I heard you right, but of course, obviously, the two parts has actually identified what these people who are going to come from the various agencies should have in terms of knowledge or know-how. The woman part, of course, like I said, it's only supposed to give the president opportunity to bring a woman, but that woman must have a knowledge in certain or some must have some conditions attached to her selection. The reason being that it could be possible that all the people that they will bring from these agencies might not have an accounting or finance background in them. So if the president is supposed to bring a woman with a finance background, I don't think it's too much out of place. And AGI, as I said, if they are a body or an organization who's supposed to bring one, you cannot tie them down to quality know-how or production know-how, because like I said, two companies or two factories manufacturing the same product might not even have the same manufacturing processes due to the fact that their machinery comes from different places. So therefore, it is only a representation of interest by this group to come on board and satisfy the I hope you get my point.
The point she is making is that, leader, one moment, maybe you say one representative from the Ministry of Health, not below the rank of a director. Can they bring the Director of Administration from the Ministry of Health? Or from Ministry of Agri, can they bring the Director of Finance? Or you want certain expertise? as you have defined for others? That's the question she's asking. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, there are to be representatives on this body. And we indicated there is the possibility, it's not a remote possibility at all, that in all of this, the person who would be nominated won't be a woman.
Exactly.
Wouldn't be. You know, this gender thing, you got always to be mindful of it. Wouldn't be. So there is a clause here for the president to nominate one. And that nomination is actually to be a woman. But there's also the risk, Mr. Speaker, that because we are insisting on this infrastructure or whatever, they all come in with their technical whatever it is, and nobody seems to have a financial acumen in all of this. So the president has this responsibility of nominating one person, is it nomination or appointing? One person should be a woman to cure the balance. If there are other women from the other, but that person should have that, absolutely. Well, you still don't understand. You still don't.
It's not that I don't understand.
But you don't accept it.
You are rather getting it wrong. Mr. Speaker, I agree with our colleague from Awutu Senior. Mr. Speaker, if you read 2, it says, now K says a woman with knowledge in accounting or finance. Right? That's the first leg. Now, when you come to 2, it says a person other than a person nominated under paragraph J, which is the AGI, all of them, all the others are not eligible to be a member of the council unless the person has knowledge and experience in quality infrastructure. So the woman should have first.
No, but that is a use them generic.
Oh, please. This is lawmaking. No, you're getting it totally wrong. So the woman is required to have this basic qualification, quality infrastructure.
The woman.
Okay. The woman. And apart from that, he is also to have knowledge in accounting or finance. Okay, so let's
Neither the council is below 7, different from the board.
Where?
7 functions of the council.
No, it's not functions. I'm talking about the membership.
Oh, the body.
Governing body of the service.
Of service.
Yes.
So which is the council?
The council is the governing body.
Oh.
The governing body of the service is the council, consisting of. And the composition is at 6. So when you come to 6, all those nominated or designated from A to K, excepting only J, all of them should have proficiency or experience in quality infrastructure, including the K, who is a woman. And apart from that, the woman should have proficiency in accounting or finance. So we are overly
Again, all along, I thought the council was different from the governing board.
No.
So it's the governing board we call the council. And you're saying that apart from J, who can be anybody, every other person must have knowledge in that case, it will include K.
The Speaker, I think I get his drift, and I don't mind if we recouch 2 as a person other than the person nominated under paragraph J and K of subsection 1 is not eligible to be a member of that. So J and K.
Yes, so the proposed amendment is to 2. After J, insert and K.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor of the proposed amendment? Yes.
If this is about trade, Mr. Speaker, may I know why you didn't include Guta?
You said no, because at the end of the day, they are the downstream of what you want to do. In fact, they are the ones who are actually importing the items. So,
I think they have explained this on so many occasions. Probably you know.
No, I'm saying that they are, okay, even if not importation, they are the ones who are the traders, the real traders. That's why I ask you whether you are setting up a body which is technical, because you could have a ministry and you are requiring a director, somebody at the level of a director. What if there's nobody at the director level who has got the so-called, what do you call it? You are calling it something infrastructure, quality infrastructure background. Okay, secondly, I heard you saying you wanted to protect logos and other things. I'm surprised that the governing body has nobody of a legal background. There's no requirement to have anybody of a legal background. Unless you are going to rely on 6.3 to bring on board somebody of a legal background. Okay, so don't you think that for your own, the comment you made about the fact that there will be the need to protect some insignia or other things, you needed the whole council without a legal representation?
Mr. Speaker, I get where he's coming from, but fortunately the president has the opportunity to select a chairperson aside the woman. So I'm of the opinion that if it be necessary, the president will certainly consider this and select a lawyer or a legal person. If we want to put all these people in the law, I'm sure we can have a bucket full of representations which might not
I think you may need a lawyer. I'm not saying accounting is not necessary. But if you are legislating, saying somebody should have finance and accounting, I'm wondering why you think that it is necessary to specifically say somebody should have finance or accounting background, yet you don't. You are now leaving the option of whether to have a legal, somebody with a legal background to the president, assuming the president decides not to, because he is not obliged to do that. So that body would have everybody except nobody to advise them as to whether what they are doing is even legal or not.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just being advised that under the Companies Act, a board secretary must necessarily be a lawyer.
Yeah, a lawyer.
So, but he's not a member. He doesn't have to be a member.
Lawyer. Then, Mr. Speaker, I was going to also add, you would always, when there's a difficulty, need a lawyer. Wherever they are, you get them. So relax. We'll look after ourselves, the lawyers. Let's look after the accountants, the lawyers. Thank you.
Very well. The proposed amendment was to add to line 1 after J and add NK. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Aye. All against, say no.
Quality infrastructure.
It's not part of this amendment, don't worry. So the ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now I'll put a question on clause 6 as variously amended. And the question is clause 6 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Functions of the council.
Yes.
Just for my own edification, okay. I can see in 6, you say that 6.1, the governing body of the service is a council. So from there, functions, then it becomes functions of the council. Is there anything wrong if you say functions of the governing body? Why all of a sudden council? Why do we have to define a governing body as a council and now begin to use council? Why couldn't you just say the functions of the governing body?
We want to say that the governing body is going to be the council.
Yes.
So the council is the umbrella, is the body now, and so the functions of the council. Well,
I think after defining it as a council, now we have to describe the functions of the council. There's no proposed amendment to clause 7. All in favor of clause 7 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Duties and liabilities of members of the council.
All in favor of clause 8 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Tenure of office of members of the council.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Speaker, clause 9, amendment proposed, subclause 1, lines 1 and 2, delete period of not more than, and insert term of.
All members, the proposed amendment for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 9 as amended, it shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Meetings of the council.
There is no proposed amendment to clause 10. All in favor of clause 10 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Disclosure of interest.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 11, amendment proposed, subclause 2, paragraph A. Before fields, insert knowingly.
Said what? Which word? Knowingly.
Yes. Knowingly fails to disclose that interest.
What do you mean by knowingly fails? You know you have an interest and you fail to disclose it. So you don't need to add knowingly. It's not tidy at all.
Mr. Speaker, I think we're thinking about inadvertence. Sometimes you are pressed and so you forgotten. But if you are not happy with it knowingly, we will leave it like that. It doesn't mean a lot to me, but.
Well, yes, let me listen to the leader.
Mr. Speaker, for these, for tenure of office of members, meetings of the council, disclosure of interest, establishment of committees. Mr. Speaker, there's a template. So there's a template. So let's look at it. And then, all this. There's a template for it. The Attorney General has looked at it. Now the template
Well, I direct the trust persons in Parliament.
Saying that there's a template for this construct, these provisions, tenure of office of members, the meetings of council, disclosure of interest. Yes. So it's the same thing that we have been repeating, with the necessary adjustments. I'm just saying that we should revert to that instead of.
So I'll put the question and direct the draft persons to redraft them to conform with their template. So the question is, all in favor of clause 11 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 is ordered to stand part of the bill. I direct the draft persons to redraft clauses 9, 10, and 11 to conform with the template as adopted by the House. Clause 12.
Establishment of committees.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 12. All in favor of clause 12 being a part of the bill? Yes.
I think what leader is saying is that even the establishment of committee, there's a standard template we use. So I think this should be, even allowances, okay, yeah, up to 13, up to 13 at least. That's up to 14. There's a standard rendition we have used over and over again, which the table office can.
Yes, so we will put the question, I'll put the question, and if we adopt them, then the draft persons will bring them in conformity with the adopted template. So, all in favor of clauses 12, 13, and 14 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 12, 13, and 14 are hereby ordered to stand part of the bill. I will direct the draftspersons of Parliament to redraft them in conformity with the accepted and adopted template of Parliament. Clause 15.
Accreditation Committee.
All in favor of clause 15 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 16.
Functions of the Accreditation Committee.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 16, amendment proposed. Paragraph A. At the end, add subject to the approval of the Council.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. The question is all in favor of the House adopted the amendment proposed. Say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now the question is clause 16. As amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 16 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. I will end at clause 22. Clause 17.
Establishment of subcommittees.
There is no advertised amendment to clause 17. All in favor of clause 17 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 17 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 18.
Appointment of Director General.
Clause 8. Amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, clause 18. Amendment proposed. Subclause 2, paragraph A, line 1. Delete requisite and insert relevant.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, all in favor of clause 18 as amended, being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 18 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 19.
Functions of the Director General.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 19. All in favor of clause 19 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 19 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Appointment of Deputy Director General.
All in favor of clause 20, All in favor of clause 20 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 20 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Functions of the Deputy Director General.
All in favor of clause 21 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 21 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22.
Appointment of other staff.
There's no advertised amendment for clause 22. All in favor of clause 22 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 22 is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the Ghana Accreditation Service Bill 2023 for today.
Mr. Speaker, we appreciate how long Mr. Speaker is sat, but there is pressure on this particular document. Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why this will have to come under certificate of urgency. We don't get this thing sorted. I have my leader's permission to make this plea. So at the rate at which we are going, I promise you by 4 o'clock we'll be done. No, 15 minutes at the rate that we are going. Is the tea, the whatever. So we don't get this done close tomorrow and signed by President, we're losing $5 million. I don't know why this matter was so delayed until it came to my notice. But my leader is asking me that I should plead with you to help us a bit. So if you could rescind your earlier decision, try bear with up to by 4 o'clock. And 4 o'clock, another 15 minutes. I think my colleagues are happy. Another 15 minutes, I think we'll be done.
Deputy Whip is behind you. I intended to listen to her.
Mr. Speaker, the history of this bill and why we took it under certificate of urgency was because 30th is the last day. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, I will, for the first time, support. Let me change my mind so that we can push a little bit more.
Yes, can I
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I'm listening to the leadership at the majority bench. The request is that we should sit till 4 o'clock.
Mr. Speaker, we have just about 18 minutes or so. I guess we can get there. We can get to 4. But
very well.
Mr. Speaker,
I'll try.
Whilst I sympathize with the chair and indeed the minister, I think we should also, whilst we are on it, be going back and then doubly checking what we are doing so we don't get anything wrong. I'm saying so because, Mr. Speaker, the appointment of a Director General for Reserves is a position that should be held in high esteem. Usually, for such bodies, we want the Director General to come with some number of years' experience. I'm just going through it. There's no such. But not for us to go back anyway, because we can always have maybe a second consideration of it. But we can move on. I'm saying to us that let's be reflective on what we are doing.
I'm just interested in the certificate of agency of the bill. But there's no certificate of agency on the health of the members sitting here. So I'll take you up to 4 o'clock. Let's see. But the certificate of agency is only on the bill, not on our health. So it should be very well. So I'll continue on item XI, clause 23.
Divisions, directorates, and units of the service.
Amendment proposed, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, clause 23, amendment proposed, subclause 2, deletes the entire clause.
Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. All in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 23 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favour say aye. All against say no.
Okay, but can you explain why the entire clause should be deleted?
Mr. Speaker, the clause 1, actually deals with what you have in clause 2. If you put clause 2 there as against clause 1, you are limiting the functions or the powers of the council in directing which departments to be set up. And if you read clause 1, it says the council shall establish divisions, directorates, and units of the service that the council considers necessary for the efficient and effective performance of the functions of the service. Now, if you come down to 2 and say without limiting subsection 1, I should do this, then it's probably tautology.
It's not tautology, but Mr. Speaker, can I help on that one? Can I help on that one? No, if you read what it says is standard, but it's not always standards which are whatever. But we are not particularly. It doesn't mean a lot. What it means, we thought it's for sake of clarity or good housekeeping. The 23 one says that they have the liberty, authority, in fact, it's shall, a mandatory shall, to establish directories and whatever they want. Now we go on to tell them what to do. So we were wondering, well, having told them what to do, why are you now directing them to do A, B, C, D that were indicated there? So we're giving them the responsibility, set up what you want to set up. If you said no, but we should still give the indication that we give it, I have no difficulties at all. So we can leave it as it is, if that's your insistence.
Speaker, it's standards. So we are only saying that even though you have the authority to establish divisions, directories, and units of the service, notwithstanding, these are core. They are core that you must establish. Mr. Speaker, let me take the minister to clause 12, establishment of committees. The council may establish committees consisting of members of the council and all members to perform a function of the council. But you come to 15, and it tells you that, having given you this, necessarily there must be established an accreditation committee. It's of the same order. It's just for the avoidance of doubt. Mr. Speaker, let's move on.
We can leave it there.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
No objection, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So the amendment is withdrawn. In that case, there's no proposed amendment to clause 23. So the question is, clause 23 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 23 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 24.
Regional offices of the service.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 24. All in favor of clause 24 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 24 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 25.
Internal audit unit.
All in favor of clause 25 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 25 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 26.
Funds of the service.
Yes. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 26, amendment proposed, paragraph D. Delete and insert the following. D, loans.
The proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Yes, ranking member. Oh, you are not on your feet. Very well. Other members, all in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I was just wondering, yes, for D, as we have always done, we have taken the authority from the minister responsible for finance to do that. So D has no place. I was just wondering why you have to create a separate subparagraph for loans. Donations, gifts, grants, and loans. You have to create a subparagraph for that. Laws are agreed, but we need a subparagraph for that.
So we are taking the D out.
What's the position now? The proposed amendment is to delete D and insert loans. Very well. So I'll put the question. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, the question is, clause 26 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 26 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Bank account of the service.
There is no proposed amendment to 27. All in favor of clause 27 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 28.
Expenses of the service.
All in favor of clause 28 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 28 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 29.
Borrowing powers.
All in favor of clause 29 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 29 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 30.
Accounts and audit.
Amendment proposed by Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, clause 30, amendment proposed, I suggest it's captured as advertised.
Subclause 2. Delete and insert the following. The council shall within 3 months after the end of the financial year to read the accounts relate, submit the accounts of the service to the Auditor General for audit.
Mr. Speaker, we must watch this chairman closely because he's introducing new matters into the bill. We have long dealt with these matters. So let's conform to
It's actually regulated by the Constitution.
We should not allow you to introduce new matters.
Term as yes. So we will approve and direct the draft persons to redraft in conformity with the approved.
So the amendment. Are we approving the amendment? No. Yes.
Very well. In that case, the amendment proposed in 32 is yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to understand by the leader.
Deal with the software.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, I concur. Clause 30, amendment proposal, clause 3, line 3. Before the minister insert parliament.
I think that when we redraft, it will capture all these. So we will approve clause 30 as it stands and direct the draft persons to redraft to conform with the template of the House. Yes. So all in favor of clause 30 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 30 is ordered to stand part of the bill. I direct the draft persons to redraft clause 30 to conform with the template adopted by this House in making laws. Annual report. Oh, sorry. Yes, clause 31.
Annual reports and other reports.
Yes, there's no proposed amendment to 31. but I wish that it be redrafted in accordance with the template the House has adopted. So I'll put a question on clause 31. And the question is, clause 31 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 31 is ordered to stand part of the bill. The draft persons are hereby directed to redraft clause 31 to conform with the template adopted by the House. Clause 32.
Establishment of accreditation schemes.
There's no yes, Chairman.
Clause 32, Speaker. Amendment proposed. Subclause 1, paragraph B. Delete relevant and insert applicable. Clause 32. Amendment proposed. Subclause 1, paragraph B. Delete relevant and insert applicable. Mr. Speaker, also subclause 2, paragraph B. Subparagraph 2. Delete relevant and insert applicable. And amendment proposed for subclause 3, line 2 at the end, add and in the Gazette.
The proposed amendments are for the consideration of the House.
I don't understand why the chairman is changing the word relevant for applicable. In reality, what is the difference? What have you added in terms of clarity? Mr. Speaker, I want the chairman to abandon the first part, which is changing relevant to applicable. Yes, and then we can deal with the last one. He's trying to change the word relevant
To applicable. To applicable.
Yes, exactly.
Mr. Speaker, the reason why we wish to replace relevant with applicable is you're going to work with an organization that has to live with international standards. And in this,
So that means the relevant
let me finish.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, we are here to make a law for this country. And I've noticed that the chairman and the minister are not in agreement. Now the House was convinced why we should replace the word relevant with applicable. If I'm not convinced, how should I vote for it? And why should the House vote? So the chairman must convince us why we should replace the word relevant with applicable. And the minister should allow the chairman to do his work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we heard him. Thank him very much.
So, yes, Chairman, what do you want to replace?
Mr. Speaker, the point I was trying to make, probably I would rather rephrase it and say that the drafters should find appropriate word because as far as we are concerned, we thought at the committee level that this is going to be an organization that's going to deal with international applicable laws. So therefore, if we write only relevant without referring to applicable and relevant, they are very close. But we are using the word applicable because they will be enjoined to use some particular set of rules.
But I agree with you. It's not every relevant law that is applicable. So what you want, you're going to ask people to conform to what law is applicable. Is that right? So it is not everyone which is relevant may be applicable. No winnowing has happened, but I think the amendment is right in one place.
Maintain your sorry. So, Mr. Speaker, so we'll come back to it. I mean, he originally explained the way he has explained, but I'd assume that my colleagues on the front bench were part of this, and so we're quite happy with it. But when they raised the objection, I kind of wasn't so sure. But as you say, it can be relevant in the context of whatever is relevant.
No.
Well, that's a relevant, but the applicable one is the specific one. So we will take the applicable if the Speaker agrees.
All in favor of the proposed amendments to clause 32, say aye. All against, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 32. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just the order of arrangement in respect of the other leg that he proposed, that is adding Gazette. I think in order of priority, it should be Gazette first before the website of the service. The value is the same though, but it should be in the Gazette first before the.
Which particular clause or sub-clause are you referring to?
32. Same 32, 3.
32.3. The service shall publish accreditation schemes for the website of the service. That's.
I think leader is saying that of all that had been indicated, the service should take priority. Isn't that the point you are making? The Gazette should take priority over the set that is there. So that should be number one, I think he says.
Very well. So what is the amendment proposed to effect that?
So shall skip on the website. So now it's those things. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, we accept what leader has corrected.
So propose the amendment. So we.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, it reads the service shall publish the accreditation scheme in the Gazette and on the website of the service.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, before we move on, I'd like to also recommend that the applicable international standards be explained or interpreted as in. Yes, we should. No, we should. We just left it to 2. I'm only recommending that the relevant international standards, which we have changed to applicable.
Let's approve that it's part of the bill before we come to. Okay. So let's take all the amendments together. So the last amendment, all in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 32 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 32 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, you are saying that relevant international standards should be pressed. Applicable international standards should be defined.
It's some identification code.
Very well. That is an amendment that you will add in the course. Very well. By the time we agreed to close is here. So it's 5 minutes past 4 o'clock. Now I can bring proceedings to a close. Thank you, honourable members, for abiding us. Unless the leadership wish to have any announcement, well, that brings us to the end of consideration of the bill for today. Honourable members, the House is adjourned till. Yes.
Yes, Speaker, I thought rather should be the minister who has kept us here, who should have something to tell the House.
Speaker, Speaker, you know I'm never afraid to speak my mind. So he says I should tell the House what I should tell them. I'm encouraging the set to be here very early tomorrow morning. So, Mr. Speaker, we complete this thing, and there is.
I think he wants to talk about housekeeping matters. So let's discuss that with the whips.
Afraid man, he couldn't tell me that one.
Yeah, discuss that with the whips. The housekeeping matters for keeping us here till 4 p.m. Yes. On that note, honourable members, the House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, June 30th, 10 o'clock in the forenoon.